Hello, good afternoon. My name is Morgan, and it is time for more of this game that we're playing. I gotta admit, I'm already really tired. I've not been sleeping well in this horrible, horrible heat. And yes, that is true, Vassar, but I was also out working in this brutal heat this morning until I finally got fed up and came inside. It is supposed to cool down quite a bit later, at least. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. I do want to say, it is clever that they added the kidnapping subplot to this, considering it is almost entirely a rehash of the Steel Samurai plot. How hot is it for me? In understandable degrees, man? I don't know your communist degrees. Let's see. It's right now, it's 88. Mostly the humidity, that's awful. F2C. The 8 is 31 degrees in your communist units. Humidity is probably like 100%. So I was sweating like a motherfucker and it was not helping at all. Yes, it's horrible. Well, it was worse yesterday. It got up to like 95, which is what? 35 degrees. So, no fun. We're getting like thunderstorms rolling through real quick later, and apparently that's supposed to knock all the heat out of this world. Well, I'm just down in the basement where it's like almost cold. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. After the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. Alright, so you were asleep, but the question is, how did she... She must just have a second uniform? Would have also easily planted that blood-covered button on your hakama. I keep almost saying Hakaman. It sounds like it would also be, like, an action hero. She was the one that came to wake me up. Then, dude, you're saying it was really her? Yes, she's a real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corda. Well, why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Give me a verdict that's yes. Okay, gotcha. I'm a little sick of repetitive, like, nonsense catchphrases from these characters. Like, Francisco's foolish fool who foolishly fools. I got tired of saying that literally the second time it came up. I think our motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yes. So Andrews depended on Miss Impacts as her strength and reason to live. Then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. Sounds like she... Yes, why... They rehash this, like... I get that, you know, I have memory problems. This probably would help a week from now. But, like, the last chapter... Most people just roll right through them. So having, like... rehash these plot details every 20 minutes in-game is exhausting. Left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it was Juan Corda, the victim of this murder. That's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corda. All to get the suicide note back. Sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? It was... What's her face? A lot of heart. Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impacts. That specifically was... Edgeworth. Edgeworth. Looks like he's still the one in command of the ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Tip-a-tap-tap, tip-a-tap. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. Prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. It's Adrian Andrews, the one who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corda's room. She's still got the card. What is your occupation? I'm the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Engard. I see. Now then. Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure. What is it? Sure, everyone in this room is wondering the same thing. I would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it's a topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland. Ha ha! If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. You know, I'm starting to wonder. I'm almost willing to put money down on the judge being a witness or a defendant in a case in a future game. Be a big missed opportunity if they never did that. I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. Okay. Twitch has added some new animation to like the chat box thing. I'm honestly getting sick of it. It keeps distracting me because I think new chats have popped up. I don't know how to get rid of it. It's specifically like the top chatters and top like bidders and all that. Something about the way it moves is suddenly standing out way more today. Really annoying me. But seeing Mr. Corda, I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. This was a private matter between Juan and myself. It was a fry and bait matter, or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. Is that a phrase? But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. Speak for yourself, Edgeworth. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. 'Tis I. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then, witness, please testify to the court. You're on IRC chat service. I can't be bothered. What happened when you discovered the murder had taken place? That had taken place. It's time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. That was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. Felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Okay. That's how they explain the fact that she put the glass there and tomato juice was in it. So that was going to be the crux of my, like, dispute to the idea that she put the glass there. Was the fact that, like she didn't walk in with the glass. Clearly, because it was filled with juice from the bottle in his room. But apparently that's not the case. She has gotten ahead of us, it seems. Poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. So I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. That is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix, she's one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. To disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing. Type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. You have to attack when she least expects it. So is this saying I should not be pressing her on every single thing? Yes, he is. I mean, it's one thing to have, like, a side character who kind of hints at the nuance of a certain witness and how you have to approach it. This game's not usually that complex with the mechanics. It started to be a little bit more in this game, especially like with Mo, where you have to be careful not to get him to tell a joke, otherwise the judge hates you. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over, understand? Gotcha. So, Should I be more careful, or is that just kind of a bluff? I'm curious about this, because she's not Juan's manager. Why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. The show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? That the only reason? Beg your pardon, what are you implying? I had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? But perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at the time. Can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. We continue now. Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? I'm gonna say it's probably not. Like, I don't think I will lose points if I press on everything. At least not yet. What was Mr. Ingard doing at the time? He's taking a nap. Worn out from his mini performance as a nickel samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Ingard did say he was taking a nap. I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? What? What could not have been taken out of his room? Excuse me? It? Oh, okay. She's just as clueless. Objection! Right? I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. Can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Engard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right? Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. You were in shock. What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Coronel. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Well, I don't think beauty has to do with being shocked or not. I agree. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too. It was open and empty, of course. It was not, because there is water on top of it. We know that. And what did you do next, witness? Alright, so that's the one I have to seize on. Felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Juice. Yes, there's a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. You didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? No lip marks on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. Wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corda, you were in great shock. That's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? Mine was really a complete blank at the time. Mine was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? Oh, aren't you rude today? That's the inflection I should have gone with. I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind, it's no big deal. Oh, boy. What's she starting to say just now? Andrews? I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry. It's just kind of embarrassing. There's gonna be one of those that turns around and actually makes me look like an asshole. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Okay, so that's how she explains that. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? Originally on top of the dresser. When I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? Sorry. Thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was another part of the mess. It's like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. Sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. So one who knocked the flower vase over where it fell into the guitar case. What kind of flower vase was it? Glass vase. Big, fairly big and heavy. Thought I would try to take Juan's pulse. So I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser. That's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. It's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself. What she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. Doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in your testimony just now. Warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offensive and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her with some very strong, decisive evidence. Have to find something, just have to for Maya's sake. Alright, it's gonna be the guitar case, because we know it was closed. Right, this is the bit. Let me just double check. Okay. Water, but only on the lid. Objection! You testified that you knocked the flower vase over, is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto this guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. True that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, then the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there's one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. What is wrong with that? The guitar case was open when the vase fell. The glass shard should be inside, not outside the case. Objection! What is your point, Wright? The case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over. Is that all? Objection! No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Okay. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. Objection! But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. It may very well be, however. The empty guitar case seems to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? Well, there was something else in it. I'm convinced of that. No deeper meaning to the guitar case. That's right. I think we need to hear more details about the guitar case. Yes. Empty guitar case. I believe that is a crucial piece of the puzzle. Can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. Can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. I guess I can wait through this. Don't remember clearly because I was a bit dazed. Suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. Not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. So it's just one thing after another where she just keeps touching things. And just blaming it on shock. I find it suspicious. But this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling now that it's almost comforting. It is justice for all, yes. Anyway, I'll go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic, a convenient escape for a weak man. Lel. The short one. During your testimony now, did you remember the events clearly in your mind? Well, you see... Are you sure you are the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. And look, her dependent side is taken over. Well, Miss Andrews? Yes, it was me. So that's the part I'm supposed to lean on, I guess. I'm just not sure how. Must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. Thump. So you opened the guitar case, then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Corda's dead body was right in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case. Objection! The witness has said multiple times when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. But maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? Getting back on topic. It's not a big deal, though, right? The case is empty, after all. Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. Objection! How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. Trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Just pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Sorry. Yeah, that seems like something I would get penalized for. I wish the game would play into that a little bit more. Where just, barking up the wrong tree and actually badgering the witness was a penalty. But once in a blue moon, it feels like they punish you for it. So it's hard to, predict. I agree. What I'm saying is I wish the mechanics were a bit more nuanced. But they're pretty straightforward. It is what it is. It is an old DS game, so what are you gonna do? But no, this is pre-DS. This is like Game Boy Advance, right? But why open the case even later? Is it because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. Not gonna get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should just give it a try. Come on, Phoenix, we can't afford to let up on her now. Okay, but yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it was not a console designed for really in-depth gameplay mechanics. Wasn't planning on letting up yet, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with. I'll beg your pardon. Sure, weapon is hit. Yes, I get it. So let's think. Right. She didn't leave any fingerprints on it. Only Juan's fingerprints were on it. I think that's what I push. It's not often that the same piece of evidence is used multiple times. Objection! There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Oh, there it is. It's about time. Because only the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Ah. Was it Miss Andrews? Shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems that the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. It's strange because she left fingerprints on the glass. I didn't have to say before this one, I'm sure of that. You were wearing gloves, isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? There's something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? I have your proof right here, this wine glass. Wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Aha. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, don't you think it was a little strange? And you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case. Oh, her glasses broke. She just has more. Nice. That's an awesome, like, character gimmick. I thought they were just going to reappear on her face. The fact that she actually puts another pair on is brilliant. We hit the nail on the head this time, and that's for damn sure. What do you mean? I believe that the guitar case plays a very important role here. It's just an empty case. Oh, it's empty now. It weren't empty then. Wonder if it was really empty, though. Bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. I don't mean it's a bright white guitar. Wait, no, that's not right either. I must admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case... Objection. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... I re-object. No, Your Honor, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. It means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. Sure that this guitar case is some relation to the murder. Objection! You're so sure, right? And I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Sure, let me save. In case I start fucking shit up. Please enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, I suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. Bright red guitar not being the only thing. Objection! Okay. So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty, is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. If like that head of yours, you haven't proven anything yet. Well, let's have it. What was inside the case at the time of the murder? It's a tough one. Would it have been the suicide note? It seems a little ridiculous. I don't have anything else. My only problem with the way they do that is that there's a lot of times where he suggests he knows something that I still haven't figured out yet, which I guess is just kind of the way it is. And they do play that for comedy sometimes, where he will confidently say something if you choose the wrong answer, and then look like an idiot. So, I guess that's just the nature of it. What do I think it was? Suicide note? I feel like that's the only thing I have that it could have been. It was not a person. Okay, so I was wrong. Why don't we put that in the void where your brain is supposed to be? Never bring it out again. You still think you can prove your theory? Can you prove that the guitar case was not empty at the time of the murder? Okay, so I have to do it here. This is not like I was barking up the wrong tree. What could it have been? Making a wild guess with no specific reason would be wrong. Sometimes you press a random thing and you learn the reason later, even if you didn't know. That has happened a lot. What? See, like, this is kind of one of those situations. He said, I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove, but now I have no idea how to prove it. I genuinely have not figured it out, so... They're not too harsh with it, at least. They only take one hit point at a time if you get it wrong. Let me think. What was she trying to get out of him? She was trying to get the suicide note. The only piece of evidence that refers to that is... this. Not easy. Alright, well... Give me time, give me time. Just think about what would have been in there. She knocked a vase on it. She would have opened it to make sure that something didn't get hit with the water, I think. But what could she have been concerned with? She have lost something? Could he have been blackmailing her? One quarter had been close with the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars. Alright, well, I don't have much. He's going to confess something. Still don't know what that is. He doesn't even know what it was. It's not the camera, because Old Bag had that, and it was not even relevant to her anyway. Play stream the new Gothic when it releases? Yes, I will. That's why I'm trying to finish this game. Didn't carry anything out with her that I can see. would have been the knife. That makes no sense. Makes sense for it to have been the button. This music really doesn't help. I think it's supposed to, but it does not. Okay. Well, the fact that you say that specifically tells me those are known complaints from people who have previewed the game. So, oh boy. Yeah, I don't have a clue. I don't want to brute force it, but I really don't know where to take it. Only wood on top, so she definitely opened it after knocking the vase off. I just feel like whatever was inside, she checked on it only after knocking the vase off. But let's not take her at her word. She didn't knock it off after the murder. She knocked it off during the murder. Bit upset when you figured it out. Guess it probably. Probably. It can't be this. This was like out and about. It's not like she was like trying to... Not like he was using this article to blackmail her when this is printed on thousands of magazines. I have no clue. In the case at the time of the murder, like he brought it, she knew he had it, or suspected he had it, she wanted it, and she had to kill him for it. It wasn't the suicide note that she was after. What else could it have been? I'm trying to, like, rationalize all of these. This is the one I'm still struggling to figure out why I have it. Go with everything else first. It can't be this. Camera was with old bag, and it's not like she had any reason to go after it. The only thing on it was a photo after the murder. This would not make sense. That's just a map. I don't really know why I get these most of the time. Obviously, was not the juice. I mean, to me, what I would push is the idea that there was nothing in there, but she thought there might have been something in there. That makes no sense. It wasn't the suicide note, since that didn't do anything. Wasn't the knife. She took that from Engardi's room. Bruh. Nope. I'm really struggling. Can you prove the guitar case was not empty? Wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. So I am supposed to prove that something was in there. Right? Ugh! I'm really baffled. Okay, I thought maybe that... This is the hardest thing ever. I thought maybe saying that he would be like, meh. Like, it wasn't actually... There wasn't actually something in there, just that she thought there was. It can't have been this, right? Like, it fell off when she stabbed him, but why would she think it ended up inside the case while it was closed? Can't have been this. That makes no sense. I don't get it. I really will just end up brute forcing this. Sure. Just because I don't want to keep losing hit points. Or something that I'm just never going to understand, because that's just going to make it harder later. Don't have an item that was inside as evidence, just circumstantial suggestion for it. Right. Which I thought was this. The suicide note. Circumstantial evidence that something was in there. What else could he be hiding if it wasn't the suicide note? What do you mean? I've hovered over everything by now. Because of it, two different items actually work to present here. Well, okay, so it wasn't the confession. It surely cannot be this. Because this is not something Juan was hiding that she could have, like... She wasn't trying to hide the scandal. There had been no way to do that. It was already out. And she was romancing him specifically to try and get something else out of him. She wanted to keep her attempted suicide a secret. I know that much, but like the prosecution, like the police already knew about it. Was he trying to blackmail her with that? I already used that. I've used that. I've used that. I even used a guitar case because I was desperate. I understand. I'm sure everyone's like clenching in agony. Just don't want to keep wasting hit points guessing. I don't have a clue though. This isn't a case where I feel like I've massively misunderstood. It's a case where I just don't understand it all. Nope. What else do I have? What the fuck could it be? I've used more than half of my shit now. What the fuck? I have circumstantial evidence that something might have been in there. No, not yet. Can I possibly suggest that some person was in there? I don't see anything in their profiles that suggests that anything about them was hidden. I don't know. The juice. Let's think about the juice. Why would she have poured herself juice? That would be horrifying. I'm starting to wonder if that's involved in some roundabout way. Because that's another just like loose end in her testimony. The idea that just in her shock she poured herself a glass of juice before doing anything else. And the fact that it was on the table, if we don't take her at her word that she knocked the vase over idly, what was so significant about that move? I've already tried this one, right? It's not that. It cannot be the knife. Why would the knife be in there? Two different items actually work to present here. What could that mean? I hate when they do that. Wild guessing just to justify it after is not fun gameplay. I will just end up doing everything. It's not a real object. Well, that's exactly the problem, is I need the logic now, because now is when I'm getting penalized for bad guesses. I don't need to justify it afterwards, I need to justify it now so I can actually play the video game. Well, it's not about feeling better, I'm just cranky. I really don't know. I'm losing all of my hit points. I cannot make this work. I'm reloading. I'm not dealing with so much lost, so many penalties, and there's so much of this game left. Right rig guitar not being the only thing that could be in the case. I was inside this case at the time of the murder. Nothing to do with that. I really am just wildly flailing. Whatever, I'm just gonna... I'll take another hint, I guess. Because I've used everything now. All I have left is a camera. This photo, like, literally what's in my inventory. My badge. The Magatama, this stupid photo. The camera. The map. The juice. The crime scene photo. The knife. Lada's photo. And the autopsy report. Bangled with a scarf, stabbed with a knife. She never opened it. No, she opened it because she had the gloves on. No. How did this work? Hang on, hang on. Not understanding the situation, though she don't understand it. She had... Did she walk in without the costume? Did he have, for some reason, a second set of the costume? It's a photograph. Yes, but what is important is what's in that picture, Your Honor. How does that make sense, though? This picture doesn't take a genius... Oh my god, I think it did. Doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is... Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? I'm also baffled. So, Wright, explain yourself. You're saying the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume. But then why didn't she leave fingerprints on it? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? Well, people could have seen her enter. I refuse to accept your theory. So do I, for God's sake. Anything to support such a preposterous idea. Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. Yes, I know that. In the end, she managed to get the shot, correct? You mean this photo? How did she know that Lotta was out there? How would she have guessed that anybody was out there that would have seen her? Yes, it makes sense that she would try to mask her escape in case somebody was walking down and then know that she left the scene of the murder. But there's just so much that is missing from this story. How did she know that the costume was in the case? How did she open it without leaving fingerprints on it in order to put the costume on? Or did he open it for her? Yes, I understand the paparazzi, but like she walked in there without trying to hide it. And Lotta was not there. So how did she know that Lotta would have been out there on her way out? How... Whatever, I guess we'll just figure... I guess we're just gonna find out. Speak first, think later. Jesus Christ. I had to do a lot of thinking afterwards. Real murderer was hiding inside the costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been at Mr. Engard's. Why would something of the defendants be in the victim's room? Inside the guitar case, of all places. True, that is a little baffling. Like, whatever they do to justify it now, I still don't accept, because it's just a wild fucking guess for anybody playing the game. And that's not fun. What was the Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? It was a spare costume. So Engard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? And I was saying on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel. That is what I'm saying. So was the confession gonna be... like, just a twist that they were swapping actors or something? Or that they're gonna do some, like, story where one was an imposter? How do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought the spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? Victim Mr. Cordo was a German ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai spare costume with him? What would be the particular reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. Objection! What are you mumbling about to yourself now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the spare Nickel Samurai costume? You sure you can explain this one? No! I can't explain how we got here. Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. This is what I think. The reason the victim brought the spare Nickel Samurai costume was... What is this? On the night of the murder after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? The Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. Heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? What struck me as strange was that Mr. Engard himself said he had no idea what he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? Yes, a spare nickel samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold the press conference as the nickel samurai. But I'm still a little confused by that, because Engard knew he had an event to hold in the lobby. He just believed it was part of a stage show, not a press conference. So, how would they rationalize there being two of them at once? Was it gonna... I mean, I guess Mr. Corrida was setting something up. Like, on purpose? To, like, both be there in costume. He's going to dress up as a nickel samurai and hold a conference. Why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet, however. What I'm concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. Like, if I was a judge and the prosecution, at no point would I accept this, because this is wild speculation with zero physical evidence for it. Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. If I confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as a Nickel Samurai, is going to speak about Matt Engard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. If that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Miss Andrews, I can see why you're pros at what you do. Pardon me. Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. The person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. Juan had bet everything on the German Ninja this year. We lost to Grand Prix. He's going to make sure that Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. Going to ruin him, huh? Looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? I said Grand Prix. Do you know what the secret of Mr. Engard's is, Miss Andrews? Something only Juan knew. I don't know what it was. What it is. I've probably been coming off as quite suspicious to everyone, to say the least. But that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. Engard. And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Grand Prix, yes. I have no idea why there's a silent X. I've never heard of a silent X. Probably something the French did. If you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. The moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. He didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt I had to protect him. So you became a co-conspirator. You're confessing to it. Well, I am the logical type. Finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright. Somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this internal logic upside down. So that still doesn't answer everything. Why would she have to sneak out? Why did she sneak out to wake up Matt and then go back in as herself? Why did she plant evidence? Not adding up. Did you say that was your intuition speaking for you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. Kirk. You want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. If you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. I've already known that, Phoenix. You can teach us that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. Would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes, you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? He chose everything? Well, but that's because that's where the ceremony and the event was happening. That was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt Engard. You knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Engard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? You show any proof that I didn't know about the press conference? Anyway, the important thing is that... important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony. Yes, I agree. Please correct your testimony, if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Mr. Engard done something to hurt you or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You're the one who helped Mr. Cordo with his press conference. That event was supposed to bring down Mr. Engard, yet you still helped out.
Objection!
The person on trial right now is Mr. Engard, right? The witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan. None of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? I don't follow Edgeworth's logic there. But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Engard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Engard? Not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. He was too busy setting up the stage at the time. Keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews said. I find plenty. Just in general, nonsensicality of it. Judge is glaring straight at me. He's glaring at you, smart guy. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. Fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. And what about the button? The button. Clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. During the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. This button, correct? The button was found in the plates of Matt's camera, isn't that correct? I think that makes it very decisive evidence. Kirk, you're outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. Can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. The nicely stare. Yes, yes. For Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. Well, they're not doing this for nothing. How do you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. Why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you are not. Thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here, but where and what? What you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? At the worst possible time.
Objection!
Who's to say that she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Engard at any time. Why then should you wait until there was a large audience before doing so? The same reason why Mr. Corda planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause as much damage to Mr. Engard as she possibly could. Witness bears ill will towards the defendant.
Objection!
Didn't the Phoenix Wright wax philosophical power hour? Please stop slandering the witness. Seems pretty solid. Again, they keep doing this where they act like the revised testimony is is completely reliable. She was already willing to lie once, and perjury really needs to be established in the laws of this country, whatever it is. Because so many people lie under oath and are given a second chance to give a honest testimony. Guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Yes, indeed. Oh boy. I had the feeling Matt was the murderer. I know what the motive was, but I have no way to prove I'm right. He didn't have an alibi for what he was doing. The button was torn off Juan during his fight with Matt. I'm Matt's manager, so I felt I had to protect him. Oh, this is Mr. Engard. Never mind.
Objection!
So. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here, but where and what? About the button? Oh, I'm equally clueless about this one. Herm. Three things. Motive, opportunity, and decisive evidence. This one's tough. Trying to make me focus on this. At least Phoenix, what Phoenix says after I press on it. I'm gonna be right back. The bass do be slapping. Alright. So, what the fuck? I have coffee again. Still just the same thing. I gotta find a flaw in her testimony. But I'm not seeing strong evidence that anything she's saying is false. Let's go through all these again one more time. Need motive, opportunity, and decisive evidence. We have motive and opportunity for you. We haven't really established a motive in court yet. No decisive evidence that you did it. So what's confusing me is what she's saying here. As I understood, the order of events was she woke up Matt and then found Juan dead and reported it. So at what point did the extra costume go missing, according to her? It's not really coming up. Because what we're saying is that she went in, murdered him, stole the costume, used it to sneak out into Matt's room, removed it, woke him up, and then went to find the man dead. Sanders know about this case down to such a fine detail. Don't look at me like that just because you're unprepared and you were not. Thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here, but where and what? It sounds like she's being fed information. I'm at a complete loss here. Again.
Objection!
do also feel like it has to be this. This one's kind of like the least relevant detail. And I made a big deal about adding it to her testimony here. I didn't mean that. I actually startled myself with that. What could be wrong with that?
Objection!
Nope. Button was torn off during his fight. I'm not really, like, sure, but I feel like if it was torn off in the fight, how does it have so much of his blood on it? When did the strangulation happen? She was trying to cover for him. Why did she leave in his costume?
Objection!
Nope. I don't get it. Didn't have an alibi. Don't see anything discrediting that. Don't know what his motive. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. How did he know about it? Why is this one so hard? Seriously, Twitch is like really bugging me now. This constantly moving thing. No, that's not what I wanted. Well, maybe we can use the element zapper to get rid of it. Aha! Yes. Good. Now that can stop bugging me. It came back! What the fuck? Get zapped and go away. Be gone forever. Why does it come back? So annoying. This makes no sense. If she had to protect him, why was she taking part in the conspiracy against him? But what is the evidence for that? What is the evidence that disputes that? This again?
Objection!
No. I'm loading all the way back, because again, I'm just losing hit points by the dozen now. This isn't making any sense to me! Seriously, I cannot stop looking at this fucking thing that keeps moving over on the screen. What if I do pop out, chat? There we go. Get the fuck out of my life. No, it's still there. Why can I not get rid of that? It's killing me.
Hold it!
If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. Can I ask for just one small hint? Is Phoenix telling the truth here? Is this what I'm supposed to be focused on? So it's this point. It's about the button. So what is suspicious about this? Doesn't make sense that she knows, unless she'd learned it from the prosecution, or she was the one who had taken it off. So what piece of evidence contradicts that? Okay, I keep looking at the photo, trying to see if there's any way I can tell she's holding it here. See no such thing. Me, like, the big thing is that the stabbing feels gratuitous, considering he was already strangled to death. But also, I swear at some point in dialogue, they said that the stabbing was very shallow. It didn't do anything except to possibly manufacture evidence. Given that the fingerprinted knife was used, and it was used to produce the button that was planted on Matt. But what's the deal with that?
Objection!
Really? It was this? Like, why does this only matter now? Clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. I feel like this should have come up a lot of times. Strangulation. A knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle. The victim was strangled to death in that fight. Again, it bugs me that the entire time the stabbing was just accepted. Like, throughout the entire court until now, the stabbing was just accepted as the cause of death. Like, nobody thought it was a big deal that it conflicted with the autopsy report. Is that how you do it? Okay, but then how did the blood get on there? You just, like, dipped it on him afterwards? That's right, Miss Andrews. There's no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. I still feel like it could have been ripped off in the post-mortem stabbing. Like, it makes sense that a stab could have been done as a finishing blow, although, from everything we heard, it sounds very, very half-hearted. And in the process, the button was accidentally knocked off. And she was like, oh, well, there's more evidence I can plant on him.
Objection!
What does it mean? Judge was already asking that, you jerk. So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We know now this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? Pin the crime on Engardi. Only one logical reason for doing something like that. was to pin the crime on Mr. Engard. There's no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Engard was set up. By the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer, then? The one we've been saying all along? Can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Can't let your guard down yet, not until the very end. The killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Engard, is... Are they pulling a red herring here? Or is he got... Phoenix gonna suddenly, like, suggest it's not Adrian?
Take that!
This is what we're trying to prove, right? Miss Adrian Andrews. Choose you. You're Mr. Corda's killer. Why is that a shock? Literally before she even was summoned as a witness. That's what we accused her of. A very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't. Can I? Would you care to test me? And what about this knife? This is a very weird courtroom dynamic. I understand the game's been like that, but now the witness is questioning the defense lawyer. The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Engard, naturally. The knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. The only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? We just went over all this. This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, as Mr. Engard was the real killer, there's no way he would put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. None of these feel that shocking, because we just went over this. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Engard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him up from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? There's also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. The costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. Again, I still feel like there's a loose end here in how she opened the guitar case without leaving fingerprints on it. Did she use a napkin? If that's the case, why did she leave fingerprints on that? The person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No,
Objection!
Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be... There we go. Thank you, Edgeworth. It was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right. It's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out she had touched that case, they would have asked her why. But to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. The glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews I'll be a terrible lawyer, because every time I'm trying to make my point, I just trip over my own tongue. Purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was a classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. Top it all off, there is this photo. Photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth could believe that this nickel samurai is Mr. Engard. He'd be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? Got her this time. Miss Andrews. I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes. You're absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? How do you not know this, Phoenix? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Really, that's like the classic court drama thing. Actually, think back to yesterday in Mr. Engard's room. Adrian Andrews? Yes? Hard about what we just discussed, understood? Alright. But she was coached. That's when Francisca planted this idea in her head. Must have told Miss Andrews not to testify if things look bad. Did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. Really? I stumbled and fumbled my way through it. Still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done. Hehehe. What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence. Who's so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Miss Corda. Well, now you're just telling me how to do it, because you literally told me what motive she had. Yesterday. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corda? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I'll abstain from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. Oh, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Yeah, what should we do? Somehow we landed in the worst possible situation. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify. The defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there's only one thing this court can do. And that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial... Tomorrow? We don't have it tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then...
Hold it!
Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. Trial, please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? It's not it. It isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya. It's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... Oh ho ho ho! Oh ho! It's not impossible for this trial to continue. So Edgeworth, what do you... It's true that Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, the topic of conversation were something unrelated to what she may be guilty of. She has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that's very true, but... Actually, there's one little thing I'm curious about. Miss Andrews. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. That would mean she would have left fingerprints on the bottle, right? But I'm not aware that anybody dusted that for prints. Can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they're shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. It's dodgy. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he a friend or foe? I just don't know. Court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. We're just making her repeat her initial testimony. Glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. Juan, he was just sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that was when I knocked the flower vase over. You poured the glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. It was kind of like the linchpin of everything. Because everyone was baffled about why you did it, and you insisted you were just doing it in shock. This is completely, like, contradictory to what you were saying earlier. It's not just an omission, it's changing your entire, like, understanding of events. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with her testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Miss Wright. Cross-examination, yes. Well, there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. And who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there's a rhyme and reason for everything. You wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you. In other words, Ryan, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. Surprised when I walked in the room, saw it in a messy state. So it was a mess? You sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Corridor?
Objection!
Understand your frustration and not being able to prove your theory, however. Before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. Sure. And what do you see next, witness? Juan, he was just sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. Slumped over? Yes, he was sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. Really looked like he was sleeping. Mir, did that right there sound a little odd? Thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. And what did cross your mind? Thought maybe he'd smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix. He felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyway, that's what I thought. But you didn't think he was dead at all. Thought he fainted. Thought he was asleep at first. Then the room was in such a messy state, I thought maybe he'd gotten into a fight with someone. That's when he went to pour the glass of juice. Yes, he always had a hard time waking up. Juan always had a glass of tomato juice to drink. How does that help? It ain't caffeinated. When I realized he was dead, that was when I knocked the flower vase over. How did you come to realize that he was in fact dead? Check him over and over, but never got a response. So the knife in his chest and the blood stain didn't clue you in? So I sat the glass down his dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backwards. Knocked the flower vase over, so that's what happened. What it all comes down to, huh? It's the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. That a bit harsh? Sanders, will he tell us the truth this time? So, he was the most suspicious of this, I think. slumped over, sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. Really looked like he was sleeping. That sound a little odd. I still think the oddest thing is that she didn't notice he had a knife stuck in him. I don't know if it's the right move, but it's the first thing that stuck out to me, so I'll go with it. Doesn't make sense that she didn't see the knife.
Objection!
You honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. What is the meaning of this? Why is this a shock? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Corda's chest. Alright, so it was right. I don't know why I, like, second-guess myself on what seems like very obvious stuff. The game just doesn't, like, make it obvious when you're... I mean, naturally, it wouldn't. That's a challenge of the video game. But just never really feels like the right opportunity to bring these things up sometimes. Never sometimes. You know what I mean. Anyone who saw the scene would have immediately thought there was a that here was a dead man. Jesus. As well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. The point is, Miss Andrews' testimony just now was all one giant lie. Your lie has proven one thing very clearly. You were the real killer. No. Looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Engard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear. He was the one who killed Juan. You were the one who refused to testify. The reason for not doing so was... Jesus Christ. The reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. It's not necessarily true. You can refuse to testify even if it's not that crime that you're guilty of. Like, you can refuse to testify because your testimony would potentially reveal that you were complicit in a different crime. You know, not necessarily the crime on trial right now. So, Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? You're not supposed to... She doesn't have to tell you. That's kind of the issue here. I refuse to testify. Yeah, exactly. Then there's no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Engard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? You're wrong, Phoenix. Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. Now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Well, then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Engard.
Objection!
I knew it. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. The absolute real truth? What are you? Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? You don't know who planted this silly idea in your head. As long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Engard will go free. And in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over. Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? Can't speak about it. I'm too scared. Franziska von Karma. Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto words of another. But she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Engard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now, and she's clinging to them. Then what should we do? First time I've ever come across anything like this. Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? What we have to do now is get her not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. No, please, someone help me. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. Court can't continue like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right? I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. Think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Good. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't it obvious? There's no one else it could be except the one climbing over there. Jeez. Struggling. Right? Come now. What will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Ow. Ow. We can't force her to testify. She's pleading the fifth. How do we force her? We were gonna get her not guilty. Have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I'd like to know what you were really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Engard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this really how you want this trial to end? Quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I'd hoped things wouldn't come to this. However, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop. Mr. Edgeworth? This witness, how shall I put this? She has an illness. What? Because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop, please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I am about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. Secret of your dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares you more than anything else in the world. Please stop, I beg you. People find out. People find out, I'll... Going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Damn. Talk about Edgeworth. How can you be so cold? Jesus. However, before you die, I'll put the truth from your still breathing lips. Pull the truth. No matter what I have to do. Will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. God, this is harsh. Wait, this is a testimony. God, that means we have to cross-examine after? When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was nobody in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. Then I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished was returned to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. That's why I end up using the nickel samurai costume. So, what? So she's not confessing to the murder, she's confessing to... framing. Stabbed the body with a knife, but why would you do that? Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all of this? Might take this court a little while to understand, but... this is the truth. Real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. Trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Corrida, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt and Guard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? All right, please get over your shock and commence a cross-examination. Man, this was getting quite twisty. Oh, boy. This does seem like the most sincere testimony of hers so far. And the linchpin of this is what Matt is guilty of. The confession that Juan was trying to pin on him. So I feel like this part is where she's telling what she believes to be the truth, which is going to make this trickier to riddle out. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. You're telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead. He had a scarf tied around his neck. That scarf is just part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. Head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. So I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. The forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. First thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. I made sure there was nobody in the hallway and made him dash back to Matt's room. That was so he could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. Thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. Slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife and ripped off a button. It still doesn't add up because the knife did not have your fingerprints on it. And you were not wearing gloves at that time.
Hold it!
So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. Gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. At the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. And when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. I used the button somehow. I could make Matt look even more suspect. You thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Engard's hakama. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. Things never go that smoothly, do they? Just when I finished and was returned to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience.
Hold it!
Inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. And to bet my spikes, it was Lotta. Well, who else could it have been? There's also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. This old bag for you. I'd already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself again and get caught again. That's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume.
Hold it!
You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it in Juan's guitar case the day before the awards ceremony. Did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. It's going to disclose Matt's big secret there. What is this secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought if I were to just leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. Very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I open the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. After that, you went back to Mr. Engard's room and planted the button. The Matt's hakama, yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. I snuck out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, what does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Engard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francisca, huh? She said that I should under no circumstances confess to what I had done. If I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. Stand still. Right? It's pointless. At this point in time, it's not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. Okay, well, there is a... You can't indict her for something, which is everything she just confessed to. But yeah, that doesn't help us, does it? Cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. No, it cannot be. Couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. Prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Damn. It's the first time we've really seen his chair. This is new, Sprite. Today's trial. It's over. I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? This? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember it at the time you asked me about it. Hang on. Although I didn't remember about it... I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. Why do I... Something about I think the subtitles are so big that I actually struggle to read ahead. It's really messing with me. I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. Found that card next to the victim's body. Suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. It's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. As far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Witness! That card, give it to me, hurry. Edgeworth? You have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is all this about? I've seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it, and what does it mean? Well, it's a calling card for a different killer, I assume. But I wonder why they're so fixated on making sure Matt doesn't take the fall for them. How odd. I will be right back, and we will proceed. I'm back. I apologize. Taking a bit of a break. I'm still finding myself fixated on the fact that the judge was ready to render verdict after Gumshoe's testimony yesterday. And Edgeworth could have just left it as is, but he had to call a second witness that made all this more complicated for him. So, let's proceed. What is this current twist? There, Pearls. Wah. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. So far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hadn't hurt Micah. He won't because Mr. Engard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Wait, what? That's not... We had to get him found not guilty, yes, this morning, or today, at trial. That was, like, literally the condition. Cheer up. We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mr. Maya is in much more pain than I am. Guess that's right. So, hey, you guys. Glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe. He's been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. Just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now. I came to talk to you, pal. Kinda busy right now. What are you gonna do from now on? What do you mean, pal? We've been fired, right? So do you have a new job lined up yet? Well, that. Well, what am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. Guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? We'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. Engard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I have lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. I'm surprised you're not blaming us for you getting fired. Come on, Mr. Nicholas, Mr. Scruffy Detective, take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles. Now I'm surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods. The first time we've seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. Yeah, that was a low blow even by his standards. You said that? That's horrible. Well, because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. What was that sound? Oh, hello, Otis.
What you doing, dog?
Wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself. I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. And about that thing, pal? Why would she want to... No, I mean, almost need to frame Mr. Engard? Couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. And you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se, it just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. That's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. I skipped what she said. Such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Speaking of Miss Von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? When she shot this morning? She was shot on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. She's gonna be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Oh, she was shot in her shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. Should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. I know it's a, like, common thing, but it's not actually, like, urgent to get the bullet out if you get shot. The urgent thing is to make sure it's not causing bleeding, and taking it out can often make it worse. Especially since the bullet, like, deforms quite a bit, depending on the type of bullet. Which one? What? You gonna visit her next, pal? No, sorry. Are you gonna visit her, pal? No. Well, I was kind of thinking about it. You've actually got a heart, don't you? Looked like she's being tortured to death by not being able to go to trial today. Maybe it'd be good for her if you went in and let her whip you for a bit. Let's go let her whip us. You have no idea what it feels like, young lady. I'm definitely not going. See, the name of the hospital. Oh, no! I don't want to go there. Can't hurt to stop by and say hi. I don't think we should. Haven't we got more important things to, like, sort out right now? Why was Edgeworth so fixated on the card? He knows something about the mastermind of the Maya kidnapping, then. I don't think I have anything to discuss with you right now. We talked to our client. What the guard told me, it sounds like, along with Mr. Engard, Miss Andrews is also being detained here. We should talk to them while we're here. Both of them are still in questioning. We don't have time to waste. Visiting hours are almost over. Alright, so nothing to do here. Didn't even have to have it as an option, in that case, to travel to. Alright, everyone looks really busy with something or other. Probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hurry up and pass that, will ya? Pass the victims list around. Gotta be kidding me, there's over 100 people in here. Mr. Engard really that big and bad of a criminal? Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Okay, again, this doesn't need to be an option. I want to get to the Hottie Clinic from here for some reason. It is funny when the backgrounds have people in it. Since the people never move, it just seems like that guy's been standing there for weeks now. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. God damn it. You here to visit a patient? Wait a second, you're... yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh ho. Why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? Well, thank goodness you're here. Edgeworth? Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Ho ho. You're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Director Francisca. How is Francisca von Karma? You don't need to worry. She's in good hands. You see, I'm personally taking good care of her. I hope you're not. That surgery, it went well. You have my gratitude. Look, Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. Joke so pitiful, absolutely terrified, yes. I understand. Her opponent was a gun after all. When you snuck up on her real secret like she would scream real loud. I can imagine, especially if you're making that face. I don't even want to read these parts. Okay, thank God. Oh, you're up and at him. Examine that guy in case 2. The fake director breaks fourth wall, pointing out he never moves. Ah, interesting. I guess I did not do that. So mean, so mean. And for my IV drops, yes. I drop you down the trash chute. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. I was shot in the front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. It's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. You get shot all the time? You had full intentions of running the trial this morning. That would have been too much for you. No need for us to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. So unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It's the only logical course of action, given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. If I had taken over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. Hang on, I gotta blow my nose. I like the idea that she had a second, like, set of the exact same clothes. But obviously, she was wearing that when she got shot. It would have a big hole and bloodstains on it. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Engard, you told Miss Andrews not to testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? So you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. Well, while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime, that isn't my problem. Whether she had tampered with the evidence or not, I have only one objective, to find Engard guilty of murder. That is not the prosecutor's objective, and you're admitting to basically being a bad prosecutor. I mean, yes, technically that is a prosecutor's job. Whoever they get the indictment for, you have to try and find them guilty, but, you know, you're not supposed to commit other crimes to do so. The ends justify the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Engard will be found guilty. What does that have to do with me? Because of that, she's now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. You had to know she was... Ow. I think visiting hours are about over here. So, if you'll excuse me... What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Yeah, I've noticed hitting people in the face when they're winning the argument tends to shut it down pretty quick. I just love the framing. It just seems like he just moved in front of us with that angry scowl on. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. Could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... Oh, she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. Courtroom is a garden of judgment. Putting myself on the line when I stand there. That's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you're really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Oh, he makes that expression a lot. That card. What in the world is it? I mean, this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. The Special Investigations Team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. The task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelley the Killer. Just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin. The best at that. Assassin? So who is this Shelley the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelley is a professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. Because of his professional name is Shelley, he leaves cards with a shell on them. The habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Hang on again. I think I might finally need a new chair, because this one's sunken in enough that... like I'm sitting on bare plastic now. It's really starting to hurt. I think it is a part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as an insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. Let's see. The killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. Ho, ho, ho. So that's why he's so fixated on Making sure Matt does not take the fall for it. So either it's a complete coincidence, or did Matt hire the killer? Could it be a twist upon a twist within a twist? In a forest of twists? Seems that this honorable assassin... This is one honorable assassin with the moral conscience. They say even honorable assassins can exist. I cannot... Ugh! Getting that thing in the back of my throat again. It's really pissing me off. You think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly the Killer, huh? Well, why does the Killer sound so familiar, and yet Phoenix cannot recognize it? I noticed something at the trial today. You're behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. You see, I had no idea. Prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? You hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is gonna... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. There's no way you can find her. We don't have a single lead to go on. Only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right? Listen. You need to know something. Juan Corda was killed by Shelly the Killer. The client who ordered the job was Matt Edgard, your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only. We are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the Killer. If you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. Well, well. I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. This is quite something. You think Matt and Guard hired an assassin? No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock. Yeah, I guess not. Please, all I ask is you make it home safe and sound. Yeah, she did, like, escape. Yes, even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. Even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Let's try out the card trick I just found. With this card I just found. Yeah, she did this yesterday. I don't think you can just set up a satellite like that on a tripod. Well, they apparently have a pet. This is a hell of an entertainment center. What is this place? I feel like I'm not in the hotel anymore. There's videos over there? I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. Well, he's got a teddy bear. Do you take that as a keepsake from Juan's room? Well, maybe we can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. Weird. What's a figurine doing on the sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Oh, how cute. Got a lot of cuts and slits on it. Why is he cutting the bear? I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Single frame picture sitting on this coffee table. Picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Like something's written here. It says, with love, Celeste. So, how's Celeste involved with the killer? It's a computer. Never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch is in this thing. Great, there goes my plan to use this to get it out of here somehow. Locked, of course. Doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. Little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe be able to crawl through there. Well, if you starve a little more, you might get there. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? This is a VCR? There are a lot of electronic gadgets here. What is an antenna doing here? Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Yeah. It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. Now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, then there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean dead men tell no tales, is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! Yes, Pearls? You're caught up in my thoughts about my situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. Guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Engard. I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. What? Visiting hours over? Alright, but visiting hours are over for today. I knew it. Damn, I have too many questions I need to ask. Sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh yeah, there's a message here for you. Message? From Matt Engard. Here you are. What do you write? Is there something really important? I don't know. We'll have to see what it says. Dude, Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. But I feel uneasy all of a sudden. You're right. I like how, even in his letter, it implied that he was on the phone before he started writing it. So I actually have a favor to ask of you. But this cat named Shoe, I put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. Think you could drop by my house and feed Shoe for me, dude? The house is just a little ways down from the hotel, right? Oh, your door's locked? This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed this cat. Your poor Shoe's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. Client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on this cat. I like the idea that Gumshoe's just standing here laughing all day until I drop in. Right now, Mr. Nick, let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass. Knew it. Yeah, he didn't give the address and didn't tell us how to get in. This old bag. Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spunky-headed pettifogger. Instead of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. There we go. Did you die? This old bag. Keep your hands off of me. Tunnel is airtight. No air gets in and no air gets out. So you probably shouldn't wear it. Why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You have to defeat me if you want to get by. Not hearing this. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Old bag, if you would look at... What? You want to look at this worthless piece of... Ugh. The perfume, pheromone d'Amour. Will you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? Man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so, you understand? Just thought of something I have to do. Never, no messing around. If you do anything bad, and I won't let you off the hook. Whatever gets you out of here. Oh, she's been slapping him? Let's continue. Why are you back shooting me? What now? A little thing before I forget. Ain't going to Enguard's room today. Police's main investigation team is going to be there in there all day, you hear? Leading the team in charge of investigating Decula. Don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. So be it. None of the food has been taken away. None of this food can be any good anymore. Why are you still here? An investigative photographer eats her stars on her ability to snap up with a scoop. Yeah? Oh my god. Sorry. This hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But do you have a camera? Photographers gotta have cameras out the ear like corn. Out the ear like corn to be a real pro. I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feet in the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief? I can't drop that thief thing already. I do. I think. Do I still have it? Because we know Oldbag stole it. I think it went into the evidence locker, though. Please take a look at this. What? I'm giving you your camera back. Alright, whatever. I'll ask you about the night of the murder. Well, you really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Laura, you were loitering in the hallway of this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them, too. Wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time, either. This just means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. About the note that was inside the camera case. That ditty I wrote. Can I believe what you've written? I mean that stuff about Enguard shelving his manager lady on Corda? Well, I reckon you best not be believing that. Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind. Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull dooders. Okay. What's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Why do you suddenly look like you got older, too? Am I just shrinking here? Okay, so this is how we give it back to her. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? Guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Oh, never mind. That's kind of how it is. They're Redcoat's friend, ain't you? Put in a few good words for me and get me back my camera. Don't want me to do what? So now you're the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee you'll give it back. But you do your own dirty work. I reckon it's time for me to get going. Tabloid photographer without a camera is just tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there. You hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. Hope you're not going in as a witness. Don't need that all over again. Are you picking about your food? Yes, whatever. Would you please just leave already? we still looking for here, I wonder? Ung? What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning? I think it's a ghost, maybe a demon? What the fuck are you doing here? I like how he said Zoinks, it's an alien, like this is Scooby-Doo. Stop shooting me. Soulbag, what are you doing here? What is wrong with youngins today? I'm down here to pay my respect to my poor Juan and you're disturbing me. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. Talked about it plenty at the trial. It was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer in her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. If you're gonna take notes, at least make me sound better than that. You know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. It's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. Wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Corda. Most popular star, you know, especially where it counts in my book. I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls up against Mr. Engard. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know? He's got to be an even bigger star than he used to be. Look at this mountain of presents. Show with the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Sir Nick, what is it, Pearls? Presents, they're all bears, right? Got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear, except a bag of chips. All of Mr. Corda's presents from his fans seem to be bears. That's just because you can't think of one without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? Don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. Refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. What a heartwarming story. But it's just like in those young people's dramas. You can see those two tuck it out, down by river going, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too. All that really happened. It is biography, bub. What a load of crock. What a crock of load. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice bears. Sure, he's thrilled to just keep getting bears. Is there any actual thing to do here? Nickel Samurai's costume is in here. Can't believe Mr. Corda went so far just to say bad things about Mr. Engard. Whoops. Aren't Mr. Engard and Corda friends? Weren't friends, they couldn't be friends because they were rivals. A rival is someone who is a strong enemy. Sure. Beautiful wine glass and there's tomato juice in it. So, nothing new here, right? I did not need that flashback. Am I actually supposed to be doing something here? Guess I'll go feed the cat first. And figure things out from there. Guard Mansion. Why has he just got a hanging motorcycle? What a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Go find Chew the kitty cat. Meow. Aw. Pardon me? Oh my god, it's the killer. May I help you with something, mister? Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. Engard's lawyer. The master's... Then it must be Mr. Wright. A pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. No, you ain't. Nice to meet you. There's know all sorts of things about Mr. Engard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? Oh, not especially. Not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. I would typically butler-like, as it were. The reason you don't know much about him is because you don't know much about him. You have nothing to do with him. How long have you served at this residence? I have to say, maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. Not appropriate for... Yes, yes. Would have thought Mr. Engard... Would have thought Mr... Jesus Christ. Would have thought Mr. Engard the type to have a maid over a butler. Very cute cat you got there. My duty to take care of him. Master rather fancies shoe. Anything else? No, no. Don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Afraid I must take my leave of you now. Probably get going ourselves. So young and yet already so accomplished, a master of law. There's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler, in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Indeed! I like how there's absolutely zero question about why you have a seam down the middle of your face. Now, if you'll excuse me. Meow. So, Maya's in that back room, then. One where you don't have to pedal and move it. Yeah, it's a motorcycle. Wahoo! Small door at the bottom of this big door. Oh, the cat. I wonder what they're keeping in there. Yeah, it's always the butler, isn't it? If the butler wasn't the killer, then he's at least complicit somehow. Evil magistrate. Well, we can't end up doing much here. Guess this is just supposed to reveal where Maya is and the persona that the killer is assuming. Or, excuse me, the killer is assuming. So what do we do with that information? Can't get into his room. Can't go in this room tonight. Wait, what? Jesus! Uncle Baron, I say, it's barely 8 o'clock. Was that infernal racket? Well, this present's going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. I was gonna die for a second. 8 p.m.? It's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember? Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Beepity beepity. Transceiver. Hello? Hello? Not a phone. Maya, how's Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? Seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. You've heard the news. So it seemed my present did you no good. One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. Suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright, yes. Ow. A little what was with this static all of a sudden? I really don't like that sound. It's hurting my head. I don't know. All of a sudden, it became nothing but static. Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? Probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Well, you got a lot of electronics on you. I'm suspicious about his phone. I don't know any electronics experts. Well, maybe Gumshoe knows a thing or two. He's worked with, like trackers and radios and stuff of the sort. Hey, welcome back, pal. Thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. Rich man's luxurious full-course meal out of a can, that is. So you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have time to eat. Oops, looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You gotta be kidding. Here I thought he had actually whipped something up. One way I know how to be helpful. Ask me anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Transceiver. What thing? This thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal. When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Oh? Maybe it fixed itself. That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference? Elaborate, you vile fiend. Something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, stuff on the screen starts getting fuzzy and acting funny, right? I've never had that happen. My speakers used to go beep-to-beep whenever my phone was about to ring. It doesn't happen with modern phones. Wonder what... Never, like, learned what changed about that. A dryer next to the TV? Never knew that was a thing, because I don't know anybody who puts a dryer next to a TV. The room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened. There's gotta be something there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something. Speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We're in Mr. Corda's room, the scene of the murder. What? That's it. I'm gonna sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. Meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Wait, Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! Love to see him fired up. Let's roll. Hey, you're finally here, pal. Man, I came straight here. What are you talking about? You got the bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in. And suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. On the outside, I mean. But yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We needed that. Calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's. There's a bug sweeper. Looks a little broken. Looks like a dowsing rod. This was made when I was in elementary school, pal. By who? Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up. I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. It'll work, trust me, pal. We'll do the job, but... Can't just set the sensitivity. Gonna beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. Isn't it better that way? Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? Getting that sinking feeling again. Tell you how to use this baby. The listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room. We're gonna find it, right? Let's first turn the sweeper on. We'll sweep around the room to get a real thorough look-see, pal. So you know how strong the signal's picking up on, so keep an eye on it. Ah, so this is the first time they get a different mechanic in this game. Like, the only time we get a, like, hot and cold kind of thing. Alright, now stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Let's roll. The same device isn't in the air conditioner. Okay, TV. A lamp. I don't care about any of this. I'm, like, got things to do. I check all the lamps. And the guitar case. Cell phone. Cellular phone. Your listening device in there? Nope, I thought I had to be on the phone too. Radio. Kids Question Corner. Why is the Earth round? Why is it, Mr. Nick? Why don't you listen to the program some more? And the tomato juice. Robot bear. So angry. Bear-shaped toy robot. Horsepowers. Got no horsepowers. It is not a locomotive. Rice cooker? That's a bread cooker. Hair dryer. Oh, they meant hair dryer next to the TV. I never knew that was a thing either. Calculator. TV remote. Not on the watch. Camera. Computer. Nothing on the bear clock? The fridge? Coffee machine? Oh no, that's the hot water spout. Coffee machine. Really don't care about any of the silly banter. We ain't got time for that. It is within the big bear! Oh, I suddenly remembered my brother had a bear that was like almost adult human sized. We used to beat the shit out of it all the time. This bear's eye is... let's see. Perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like I found the device to me, pal. Take this fella's eye out and see what we got. Such a violent act. No. It's a miniature camera. Looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. Transmitter, pal. More of the high-tech stuff. Well, well. This tiny thing has a camera. Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera. Small high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. Video camera. Runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set. There's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. Jeez. Tape recorder with the tape inside is somewhere else. It's 2016. We ain't using tapes no more. Footage is changed into radio waves and then sent to that recorder. It's sort of like a TV broadcast. Set to record the victim's room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. It was running at the time of the murder. Wow. So we gotta find the tape. But what's a transmitter? Device that sends the footage in the camera to a specific destination. So the tape's probably going to be back at the mansion then. A video version of a listening device. Like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. It's a timer. Set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. Set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m. That was the time of the awards ceremony ended. No date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess. How long has this bear been here? I'm sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. Think about the angle the bear is at. Bound to have a head a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. So there's a camera within this bear's eye. It was disguised as a present. I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. Pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Corda this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there has got a video of what happened here that night. Isn't there any way to find out who that person is? Impossible. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Really no way to find out? I got it. What? Well, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you gonna do? Gonna go around the electronic shops and see if I can find out who bought this. That's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. What a guy. Hey, you said that last time. Pushed himself so hard for Mystic Maya's sake. Mystery, how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? Have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? Rescue team has already been created and deployed. Can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. There's a spy camera hidden inside the stuffed animal, huh? Or one lucky man, right? You know this stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. Completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? Camera and transmitter of that scatterbrained detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. Sorry? By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Really do that? I guess so. "9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. Be taking this for now. You're just picking out that bear and taking it with you? Sure you have other things you can do. Snatched up. Yes, indeed. See you soon, right? Wait! What? Why are you doing this? No interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. Besides that, right? Till court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corda? The real killer. Really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. Still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. That bear's still there, I have to point out. Juan Corda's real killer, Miss Andrews passed. Kidnapper whose sole condition is acquittal for Mr. Engard. And Mr. Engard's controversy that we have not heard about yet. Shelley the Killer. The only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. As you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. Wow. How close am I to the end? Okay, so there's one more trial part. Or another two-part trial. I think we'll be alright. Oh, so we're still here. Oh, wait, no. There's still a second part to the investigation. It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? Wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. Things take time. I'd say probably not. So have we just been standing here for 15 minutes? Police are professional, Pearls. They'll find her. Don't you worry. We can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. Right. The real person who killed Mr. Cordo was that assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right? The card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. If that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who was his client? I mean, who asked for the murder? The person didn't want to dirty their own hands with blood. Whoever this client is, they're still a killer. Who could have hired the assassin? I think it was Miss Andrews. I wonder. If she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? If Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be. Matt Engard himself? Was it Matt? Mr. Engard really did hire the assassin, then he's not innocent at all. Far from it. He would be found guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. Engard, right? And when we first talked with him, he had no Cyclops. Well, we asked if he killed him. We didn't ask if he had him killed. Yeah, that's called conspiracy to commit murder. That's what got, Charles Manson. He didn't kill anyone himself, but he hired a bunch of people to do it. Or not hired. Convinced a bunch of cultists to do it. Just so we're clear, dude, I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corda, okay? Yeah, I mean, technically telling the truth. Didn't see any Cyclops at the time. Actually, that reminds me. Do you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. What is this interesting thing? That's right, you didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. If he lost the Grand Prix, gonna make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. Looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. So she claims she doesn't know what it is, but she was also still convinced that Matt was a horrible person. Like, she hinted that he had done something else. Not just killed him. Or maybe I misread that. She seemed convinced that he was already a horrible person, not just because of the murder. What is his secret? I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Corda was going to reveal this secret. Means Sir Engard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Corda silenced. Means we have to meet with Mr. Engard. There's no way around it now. But unfortunately, we won't have time before the next trial. Now with visiting hours over. Past 9 p.m. already. We still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. Still the matter of the secret Mr. Corda held. Miss Andrews' real intentions. Those are the two things I must know tonight. Aren't visiting hours over at the detention center? Sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. I knew it would be you. Hey, wait. No. Why would I want her to wait? What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is that nothing has anything to do with you is ever good. Just like just now. I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. It's a bug sweeper, is it? The one Gumshoe made. I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgeworth. He said, if you feel angry, direct your anger at this unsophisticated way. I'm gonna feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. It's absolutely top secret, so you'd better keep it to yourselves. Heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the prisons. Very interesting. I'm sure it was, you know, to catch poor Juana in the middle of a scandalous meeting. I know all this, and I'm tired of them repeating it. I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Corda. Let you in on another secret, you youngin'. I know who planted that spy camera. It's that obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer. Nerve of some people. Spying on people by yourself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too. You want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, there was something of a refreshing pair of those two. Tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. Oh, those two. Thought she was just talking about Adrian. Shame she had herself killed, though. Had herself killed. Shame she killed herself, though. You're talking about Miss Celeste Impacts, Miss Andrews' mentor, right? Yes, that's the one. The Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know. Married? You mean to Mr. Corda? Really, you young kids today don't know anything, do you? The girl, Celeste, killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the... Why would Miss Impacts want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What? They're gonna get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It's in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did he do that? It's not in the magazines, unfortunately. After Juan called off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself. How terrible. Wonder what happened between those two. On that night, goodness, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. As the police are done with their questioning and investigating, things in the lobby have finally calmed down. Let's get out of here. Never bought lettuce before. You gotta get your fiber, bro. We can't do anything here. I'm sure we can't get visitation right now. Visiting hours ended a few hours ago. We're not gonna get a chance to talk to Mr. Engard tonight. You know what we have to ask? Very important. Yeah, we don't think that matters to the guard. Damn. Probably not gonna learn anything here either. Feels tense in here. I wonder if something happened. Mr. Engard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. We finally found just the person we were looking for. A decisive witness. Decisive witness? You mean for the Engard case? Taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now? Who is this witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick. With the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. But yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go. Well, well. I've already called them, so they know. Go on and talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. That ain't good. Could their decisive witness be? Somebody I already know? Huh. I'm unsure. And I'm also unsure if Francisca is going to be back in the prosecutor's chair. Curious. Must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. It means both Engard and Andrews are in this detention center. Whose story do I want to hear? I need to hear Matt's first, I think. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. Hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so, too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying Juan Corda was killed by an assassin, but the assassin's client is this man, Matt Engard. What's wrong? Mr. Engard, there's something I must know with 100% certainty. Seem kind of different. Totally like not your usual lawyer self. About the press conference. I mean the one where Juan was going to dress up as a nickel samurai. Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. Because somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Could you please fill me in on what the secret is, please? Oh, we got the Lux. 5! I knew this was coming. Don't tell me. Cyclops, and a lot of them. Said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? You know about Mr. Corda and Miss Andrews' relationship. Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. No, but I don't know about any of the details, if that's what you mean. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews. She had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corda. The mentor was Mr. Corda's manager. Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impact's suicide notes from him. Celeste. That jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. I don't think you can order a pizza to your prison cell. I got off by the dude at the pizza shop. That's too bad. How about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else? It's kind of crucial to saving your life, brother. Svengard, are you connected with Miss Impact's suicide in some way? Kinda scared to show him his card. What's wrong, dude? So, about this picture card. You ever seen this before? Nope, never saw it before in my life, dude. I don't think he's lying, or is he? Yeah, and he looked like he gasped just now. Maybe I'm seeing things. Wouldn't this become the Cyclops then? He's hiding something? Adrian. Never thought she'd go this far to frame me for the crime. And what does she have against me? Dude, I don't get it. Something I would like to know, too. Have any ideas at all? Even the slightest clue? Me? Don't be silly, Mr. Lawyer Dude. How am I supposed to know something like that? We don't have any other evidence. I'm curious what we need to start is Cyclops. I don't think I have near enough anything just yet. Let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Corda had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? Told you before, dude, I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. No, you paid close attention to Mr. Corda, especially on that night. It's definitely nothing I have right now. I have to prove... I'm guessing that the camera was something he planted. So can I switch to talk to Adrian? Or leave and come back, maybe? Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers? What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. Are you the star witness now? I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. Oh, boy. So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers. Talking with a detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. All of a sudden, you there, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. They said my face and whole self in general looked suspicious or something. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. You're still in your gaudy tuxedo. Look like you're... went to the same tailor as the Dumb and Dumber guys. Just a normal guy in an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? What about this testimony you're giving? What are you going to talk about? Really don't know yet. Sounds like I saw something pretty important for what they tell me. Saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. Can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said. Do you think that lawyer... Gonna take a wild guess and say it was me. Yeah, you got it. Mystic Mind and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright. Ouch, I really don't have a lot of friends, do I? Gonna do a lot of damage to Matt, you know? Since he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going. What is he really like? Let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. Never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. I always say it's just a game to justify himself. How horrible, that's unforgivable. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to offend you. You know, he once said that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him. Manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? See, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right? Dazzling sort of image? Why aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? Oh, more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. That's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about the other stars around me as things happen. That's true. Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? I mean, Miss Impact's. Heard something about how her wedding was canceled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Mr. Wright, why don't you go ahead and ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. He'll charge up his skin, it's practically glowing with electricity. So have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. They say that Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. There wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. We didn't hear about it in court. We heard it from Edgeworth yesterday. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Corda. Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. She said, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. Really insidious man. Did she mean Mr. Corda by that? There's no one else that fits the bill, right? That would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. See, that's some good info, thank you. You're welcome. Both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. So, I have a feeling that the suicide note implicates Engard, I feel. And Juan was maybe holding on to it as collateral. Or, like, blackmail. Which story do I want to hear? Adrian. Oh, it's you. Sorry to be visiting at such a late hour. There are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. Or Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about this secret Mr. Corda had over on Mr. Engard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Engard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Engard. That's the case, and why did you become his manager? Why would you become so intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celeste Impacts. You finally put her death behind me. Now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. It's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. Wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. Wanted to burn it? But why? I wanted to spread just like another piece of gossip. I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. Suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why do you try to frame Mr. Engard? Simple, because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews? Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. Please tell me, why did you do what you did? Revenge. Oof. Only one? Well, you aren't keeping the secret very tight. Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. Sure, I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. Well, how do we tease that out of you?
Take that!
Why frame him? Please tell me why you framed Mr. Engard for the murder. I already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. Oh, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. You're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I would want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. I mean, it's her, surely.
Take that!
Celeste. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. That is Miss Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does this have to do with Matt? You're right, you haven't mentioned him yet. For you to hate Mr. Engard, would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impact's and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relationship between Celeste and Matt? I cannot. So I don't have that yet. I don't have enough evidence yet. Indeed. We don't have enough to even start with him. It's gonna be tough. Oh, my phone rings. I like the sound of its ringtone right now. Sounds kind of ominous. I knew it was you. We got a big problem, pal. What's wrong? I'm on my way to your office right now. Okay? Wait a sec. Why is he coming here? It's terrible. I don't know. Why is his portrait still up? I got here faster than I thought. Hey. We're time to relax now, pal. I'm as confused as anything here. What happened? We got him. We know who bought that spy camera. Eh? This quickly? This bear is what gave them away, pal. The bear. I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking in the bear instead of the camera. Shh. And go on. Only one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime. Who is it? Don't be so rude as to spy on a person in another person in their room. Matt Engard. Huh? Matt Engard, your client. That's who, pal. There, I thought things couldn't get any worse. Alright, so that's how we start his stuff. Are you sure you heard right? The person who bought this bear was... Heard it from the department store clerk, pal. The credit card receipt for the purchase. $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear. Receipt? That's all you have? It's not just a receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. Only I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Engard. The clerk even got Mr. Engard's autograph out of it, pal. I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear is Mr. Engard himself. Why would he do it himself and not send somebody to do it? My sight is failing me. This can't be. What about the spy camera we found? That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But now I guess we can give these back to you for you to file away into evidence. Okay. I know you don't want to give up, pal. Never thought. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera into Juan Corda's room was Matt Engard. Why would Mr. Engard do something like this? But it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Corda in one of their rendezvous. I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Gonna see him? Mr. Engard, I mean. Yes. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. Wonder what we'll find out next. Me too. Scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for pearls. Matt Engard, what in the world have you done? Well, guess we gotta find out. Do I have to go back to his house for any reason? Probably won't learn anything there. But I want to try. Looks like no one is around. I have another person with a stuffed teddy face. A butler with the stitches in his face. Shoo! Aw, kitty cat. I wonder if that butler, Mr. Doe, is already asleep or not. The reason I look around. We're gonna send Pearl through the through the trap door, aren't we? Through the cat door at some point. I don't think anything else here is gonna matter. Alright, so nothing here. Working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. Okay, so this has to be the opportunity to do this, because I didn't have the chance to choose who to talk to. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? You really want to know? Let's talk. Oh, Lord.
Take that!
No, you paid close attention, Mr. Corda, especially on that night. Well, which one of these do I use to prove it? You know we bought the bear, but if I just say the bear... Say the camera. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Corda's room the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then sent the images to the camera... Jesus Christ. Sent the images the camera took with his transmitter. Wow, but dude, where's the camera you're talking about hidden? In the bear. Spy camera was hidden inside this bear's eye. Bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. This one had a few of those fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. Sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Corda was... you! Mr. Engard, don't you know who this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Oh, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? Says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Engard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I think I'd be in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Have any proof you want to show me first? There's proof that is you who put the camera inside the bear. 'Tis the receipt. I have a receipt here, one credit card receipt, Mr. Engard, for when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. Go to that department store all the time, okay? $3,800, it could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. $3,800 toothbrush? It's ivory and it's got elephant hair for bristles. That is fucking ridiculous. Elephant hair, is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. Well, can I ask you one thing? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? If I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like a stupid lawyer talk to me. Stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked you why you set up the camera yet. And what your secret is. Of course, this would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm gonna find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this in Mr. Corda's room and filmed it in secret is... I think it was to catch the two of them. Or was it to catch the murder? I think it was this.
Take that!
Adrian Andrews. There's a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Mr. Corda were having secret meetings. You, who's keeping tabs on Mr. Corda, you're going to reveal this as fact and turn it into a scandal, isn't that right? Dude, you can be such a moron. Man, Mr. Lawyer, dude, that kind of scandal, that's the good stuff. That's what we in the industry call juicy. Good stuff, juicy. Look, we can get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. And if people just stop paying attention to us, then it would be the end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? I wish your reasoning for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Corda because of Miss Andrews. And there's only one reason I can think of you to do such a thing. The only reason you set up that camera in Miss Corda's room was... Okay, so I didn't lose anything for that? Of her? Let's think. Was it to witness the murder? They would have, and he might have known it was happening. But we're still trying to prove him innocent. From what we hear about Dick Killer, like, he's not trying to exonerate... He may not be trying to exonerate Engard because he is his client. And he can't have him take the fall for a crime, for the killing, because that's basically the person who hired him getting arrested. So that doesn't really seal the deal, does it? But it just sounds like for his own sake, he can't have somebody else take the fall for it, because it has to be the killing has to be attributed to Dick Killer so that he will get paid for it. But Dick Killer is in Matt's house, so what's the deal with that? I'm gonna go with this.
Take that!
Nope. Okay. So it's not that. I spy on Mr. Corda because of Miss Andrews. There's only one reason I can think of you to do such a thing. Okay, maybe it was the killing then.
Take that!
Nope. Damn! I'm flubbing it. What else could it be? I guess to see what they were talking about?
Take that!
Nope. See what their secret was. Push yourself anymore, your soul will shatter. Make too many mistakes. Damn.
Take that!
I don't really see the point of a failure state in this mechanic, because it just means you start over. And now it just makes it slightly more tedious.
Take that!
It does affect your starting hit points for the next part, though. But I can get that back by doing Miss Andrews afterwards.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
Why did he do it? Wasn't to catch the murder, wasn't because of Miss Andrews' scandal, wasn't to see what the confession talk, wasn't to see them talk about her. What could it have been? Hmm. What else was there? Bruh. Whoops. Fuck. Do I not have the evidence? Is there more I need? I presented the tabloid. He said that's not a good enough reason, but I didn't get penalized for it. It wasn't Miss Andrews, and the reason you would spy on him. I said I presented Celeste because maybe he thought they would talk about her. I presented the crime scene photo, because I thought maybe you wanted to see the murder. I presented the ticket because I thought maybe he thought they would talk about the confession, quote unquote. I guess my question is, do I have all the evidence I need? I didn't see anything else to get. And it seemed like coming here is very, very deliberate. The next step. Okay, so it is something here. What could it be? Oh, maybe I was supposed to present this. I'm an idiot. I presented her profile instead of that. Instead of the suicide case report. Sorry, I'm texting. Alright, let's roll through this again. Camera. Burr. Well, this is different. Mr. Engard. But how about you take that bear home with you and talk to it? Okay. Never mind. This sucks. I really hate having to go through this every time I fail, which, to be fair, this is the first time I've actually failed it, like, completely. It's very annoying anytime you back out or fail it, you have to redo everything. I know, I just keep forgetting to do that, and when you're stuck here, you can't save. No, I can't save here either. Escape and no work. You can't save in the psych lock. Yeah, there's no saving allowed. I don't know why. Very annoying. Reason you hid this camera and filmed it in secret. What could it be? Who gave this to us originally? I kind of forgot. It doesn't matter now. I just realize I don't remember how we even got this. Somebody had to give it to me. Gave it to Powers, that's right. It's not this. You don't get penalized for presenting it, but it tells you it's not that. But do I have to present it first? It might be one of those things. Just think about it. Rumor going around that they were having an affair. You're going to reveal this as fact and turn it into a scandal. Isn't that right? You'd be such a moron. That kind of scandal, that's the good stuff. That's what we call juicy. Look, we can get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stop paying attention to us, then it'd be the end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? What's your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Corda because of Miss Andrews. And there's only one reason I can think of for you to do such a thing. Did I have to do that first? Is that why I've been screwing up? I thought that was just like an optional thing. But maybe I had to do that first. Nope. Okay, so... still in the same place. Only one reason I could think for you to do such a thing. I don't think I presented this yet. But I presented other things about the murder. I think it would be the guitar case. Maybe? That sounds stupid, though. Just hate doing this over and over again, so I'm afraid to guess anything. Why you'd want to film the murder? Right, but that's saying that he was in fact trying to film the murder, as in he knew that he was going to be murdered. How do you want to film it? I feel like the reason he would want to film it is because he solicited it. But we're trying to prove that he didn't. We need him to be acquitted. Why would he want to film the murder? The only reason he would know a murder was going to take place is because he was the one who hired the killer. Could it really be that?
Take that!
What is this card? If he doesn't know about this card. It's a certain man's calling card. And his name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know about him, don't you? Shelly the Killer. That's ridiculous. Why would I know about some shady scumbag like him? Really don't know about him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? Yeah, I'm finally starting to get the truth. Can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Indeed. Keep getting, ruined every time I do. I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because... oh, God. Why would he know that he was going to be murdered? If for any other reason than he was the client. It's possible he would know about Shelley the Killer because he's a serial killer and a famous assassin. Although Edgeworth acted like it was a secret case. Since you're the one who set up that camera, I mean, you knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So how? How would you know about something like that? Because you're his client, that's why. You hired Shelley the Killer to assassinate Juan Corrida. Real mastermind behind this moral murder is you, Mattengard. Here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. Thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought, anyway. So, Ingard, you really did hire. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? I guess it's probably about time, anyway. About time for what? What? I missed that. What'd he say? To meet him now? Holy smokes! What the fuck? Where'd you get the fucking big-ass glass of brandy from? How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Mattengard. Why is he turned into a psycho with a scar face? This is ridiculous. Hold on, Mr. Wright. But it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You really... So you are Shelley the Killer's client. You really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? You realize this guard is, like, listening to all our conversations here. Now we have to defend the guilty client? Well, I'm pretty sure I can drop the case if I believe my client is guilty. That woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me, I didn't think she had it in her. All I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? Way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. Yes, which is why we need to figure out how to get her free without letting the killer go free. Why? Why did you hide the video camera? And Weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. Knew about Miss Andrews' secret. I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. I can't get over this, like, complete image change. It's so stupid. Like, where did the scars come from? Where did the massive glass of brandy come from? This is so stupid. Come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. Superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Get a guess? And that's why... Yes, that's where the video comes in. Got his face and crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. For that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right, the video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? How do you do something so wrong? I'm a grown-up and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl. How would you kill Mr. Corrida? He's about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? All because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Corrida had been able to give it, then Mr. Ingard's secret would have... Well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, but really, bit by bit, it crept up on me. And the situation just presented itself so perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. That's how Mr. Corrida ended up dead. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face, and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. The assassin, too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Until now. Everyone all working their butts off for me, Matt and Guard. Oh, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You're going awfully quiet. How could I have been deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you killed Juan Corda. You answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that killer, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Corda. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Oh, well, too bad. You can't. You're my lawyer, after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely cannot do. You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You'd end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel. So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it all, my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. Such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if my memory serves. Of course, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. What am I supposed to do? Now you finally found it. Starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. We still gotta break one lock. Oh, that was fast. Still gotta break one lock on, Adrian herself. And I kind of forget what she's hiding. Why she wanted to burn the suicide note, right? What are you gonna do if you plan on changing your strategy? No, we can't do that. That's right, he's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? Is that something I can answer for you? Mr. Edgeworth. Right, only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I truly didn't understand what a prosecutor was. That is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I really knew what a prosecutor was. Now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer. I fight for someone who is clearly a killer. Matt and Guard. The only time I've ever heard him smack something, like, physically interact with something outside of the courtroom. The man is really ARG! Doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense in a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? What exactly is that? Where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic of you that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? He's in the same situation he was when he decided to pursue the real killer instead of your client. Indeed. So we have to somehow try and manage both. That may be true, but that's because I believed in my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. If I were to get in guard and acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. When I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. Just don't know what to do. Right? Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. Want to save someone? Something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? You're a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. Why fight? People like you and Francisca von Karm are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Francisca, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record, that's all. And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious Because your precious win record was destroyed. You're so petty. See, now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. Realize that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. I don't believe that. I don't believe you. You're saying that that is why you left the prosecutor's office? Then why? Why are you here now? Answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you'll see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. Uh-oh. Sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My. What is the matter, Mr. Attorney? Don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Engard's sake? Why are you doing all this for a cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He's my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you're asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah? This is what I'd like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? A name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. This is what is called client relations, and is part of an assassin's duty. Assassin's duty? We're unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your help, Mr. Attorney. To ensure that you do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is the Killer. Shelly the Killer. You're Shelly the Killer. Please keep in mind you do not have as much space to maneuver with me. As the Killer, I always finish what I set out to do. You failed to keep up your end of the bargain. It would be my duty as an assassin to see to it that she receives a long nap. Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace the signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. I mean, you couldn't have really. You set it up enough. We didn't need the cat to blow the lid on it, but I guess Phoenix did because he's not clever enough. I don't know what to say. Edgeworth, did you hear that? At the end of that transmission. Huh? Oh, it sounded like a cat. A cat? It can't be. A cat. Can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding my hostage. Edgeworth, if all police units head for Engard Mansion immediately. Alright, you hurry over that as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun. This is interesting. No, I have to go to the lobby first. I keep forgetting. We should take Gumshoe with us. Oh. Why did you put something in front of the cat door? Please answer us, Mystic Maya. Now this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. Can't believe it. The butler, all this time, he was the Killer. He had such a trustworthy face. He and Engard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. The figurine of a bear. There's a lot of cuts in it for some reason. He must have hidden a bomb in it. Oh no, he picked it up. Hopefully it doesn't have a bomb in it. Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Corridor? Why would something like this be here? Alright, look down. There's a little pet door installed here. I'm sure that's for Shu. Think that this came out through that little door? This door is locked. I'm pretty used to breaking doors by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Oh, we didn't use the cat door? No one here. The looks of this room, I'd say this is Engar's private lounge. Look at this, right? And 10A for sending... Yes, yes. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed to record on. Sorry, but tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No mistake that someone used this to record something. Looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. Well, there's another door here, right? Yes. He took Maya with him, didn't he? Searched all over, but looks like he got away. Sorry, looks like he slipped out of our grasp at the time. Now we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. Little girl's looking to... That little girl's looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Oh, shit. This looks like a picture of Miss Impacts. With love, Celeste. Mr. Corda's former manager. Why would a picture of Miss Impacts be here in Mr. Engar's mansion? Why does it say with love? This might be a clue. What's wrong, girls? Please let me see that picture frame. So special about the frame. On the back, there's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. She left us a message. What? Thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get Engar a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. So much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Really, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's got to watch out for the helpless lunk. Whoops, I skipped that. Right. What's wrong? Another blank stare. Nothing. Search the house, and this is the last room. Looks like he eluded us. As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm gonna get. But still short, one last thing. What is that? I didn't need the reminder, but thank you. Miss Andrews' Cyclock. Could just find out what secret she's holding. And I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. We'll blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I'm curious how the mechanics are gonna change tomorrow. Because we've never tried to find someone guilty before. I guess in a way we have, because almost every single one of these has had the real killer as one of the witnesses. But how's that going to play out? Because the prosecution has to summon the witnesses. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I have come to remove your Cyclock. Cyclock? Want to know, and you will tell me. Your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. So even though there's one, they're probably going to make it really tough. Because the number of locks never actually seems to be that relevant. Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engar for the murder? I've already told you countless times, because I thought Matt was the killer. Well, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engar. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. You're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. A woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Now, do I present the photo? Seems more relevant than just a profile. Oh. Well, why not? Do I have to choose her then? Alright, that's stupid. I think the photo should have been acceptable for that. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. As Miss Impact suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does this have to do with Matt? You're right, you haven't mentioned him yet. For you to hate Mr. Engard, I mean, you must have some relation with Miss Impact and her suicide. Okay, so I'd already done this part. Kind of forgot. Explain this relationship between Celeste and Matt. Now is this? Yes. This is a photo of Miss Impact's, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. Miss Impact's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? Oh, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. Found this at Mr. Engar's mansion. After all this time, the last remaining secret has been revealed. Okay, never mind. That was actually quite easy. If only I didn't fuck up that one, I'd be back at full health. Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard it didn't work out. Mr. Corda didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. Because of Mr. Engard? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste. She was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then. I often saw the two of them together. That's why "With Love, Celeste" is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? Wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away. So horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. Scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. That is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. That's why I framed Matt. It was my revenge for Celeste and for myself. Sure, even you can guess why Juan called off the wedding, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. See, so that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Corda have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. Probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when he would hurt Juan the most. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. In that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's... Jesus Christ. Left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never be hurt by Matt again, she chose to die. And when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? Simple. Juan realized the note was a powerful weapon against Matt. It would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge, there's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. That was the press conference after the stage show. I feel like if these weren't just like children's cartoon characters, not cartoons, like they're obviously live action characters, but they weren't just like children's show characters, this would be a much bigger deal. I don't think an actor playing in a costume ever actually reaches this kind of fame. If they were like rock stars, it would be different. I know all about it because I heard it from Juan. Yeah. They really overused that one. So I could find out all about... It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. The night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Hello, Ifbench. Those two were always spying on one another, after all. To me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. Wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. Going to burn it. I'd even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note. That's when revenge crossed my mind. Whoops. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. When I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. That's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. No big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. Can't sleep either. Not with Maya's situation or with what I know now. Buh. My god, this is gonna be a long one. Well, you have to finish this. Because I really need to get through these games. I'll be honest, at this point, I don't know if I can even make time for the third one. Before we're done. Or need to be done. This is exhausting. But we're going to finish this one tonight, at any rate. I will be right back, though. We're back. We will put an end to this farce once and for all. I hope. Let's get rid of that. Who's playing this music? Huff, huff. Wait, what? Uh-oh. I hit new game by accident. No, it's impossible. What's going on? What's this? Isn't this what happened at the start of the game? I'm so confused. Is this a nightmare he's having before the final trial? Had this dream before. As if this day was written into my destiny. Oh, Jesus, I keep skipping them too soon. Prove a killer innocent. Well, I shan't be doing that. I mean, it was Maya's last request that I not find the killer innocent. A bookend indeed. He's sleeping on the couch again. Phone. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so ill, dude. Gonna prove me not guilty today, right? Put the fucking glass of brandy away. So, I just never noticed that his hair covered his left eye somehow, or right eye somehow. It never stood out to me, so I didn't understand that he's hiding the scar under there the whole time. But seriously, giving him this evil alter ego makes this way too cartoonish to take seriously. Like, this should be the most serious plot in the game, but this guy's just too ridiculous for that. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Grr. Listen up. You better get Engar the guilty sentence, okay? Get that creepy slime bag and not guilty. I'll never forgive you, ever. Maya. Phoenix. Phoenix! Mia. Maya, how's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. Can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. That cursed Engard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You really mean, pal. Poor guy. Gumshoe, I'm really, really sorry. Where are you? Let me join the investigation team. We're chasing down the killer, pal. And you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. We're not giving up. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're gonna do everything we can to find the killer. If you can get Maya out, then you can get and guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. True, I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? You have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. Oh boy, so that's my goal. But to make the trial last longer, if you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then the two of you can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? There's something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. It's like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. I mean, he was somewhat of a bro in the first game, but yeah, everyone's obviously more of themselves as the sequels go on. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Engard. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. As I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. Mystery being, what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? As to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Engard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing the nickel samurai costume. Guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. You're saying that she's guilty after all. I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I'd like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It's like a shell. The calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Corda was killed by a professional assassin. The person who hired this assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Engard. Should be saying on guard, shouldn't I? Not Engard. It's the most American way of pronouncing it. What a surprising turn of events. Also, I find it weird that they refer to him as an assassin, because I feel like if you're talking about people, like, assassins usually refer to, like, political killings. Like, if you hire someone to kill a political rival or a political leader, that's an assassination. But if you hire them to just kill a, like, business rival or something, that's a hitman. The distinction is a bit arbitrary, but you don't usually refer to, you know, that kind of thing. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. We know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. We still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya is safe and sound. I know how the trial will turn out today. Well then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. Prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Will Powers, to the stand. Oh, he's so sad. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay, I'm Will Powers. I'm 4 underpaid action star. What was your relation to the defendant? Well, it's, I guess, some sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry. Well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But, you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to testify about what you went to see. What? Why am I so stupid? Please testify about when you went to Mr. Engard's room. Okay, sure. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in nickel samurai costume. Talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. Watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. Talking with the bellboy is no big deal. One assumes that the person with Mr. Engard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy. What are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Like we're in another sticky situation. A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? This is interesting because at this point, I don't really have an enemy in this situation. Because, why do I keep forgetting his name? Edgeworth is on our side. So the only person who would really get in our way would be the judge, because the judge would be his usual trigger-happy self, wanting to pass a verdict based on the last thing he heard. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to the master room. Let's save now.
Hold it!
The defendant's room? Why did you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother, sort of, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright? What is it? You're gonna try and trick me into a corner, aren't you? Huh? I know I'm just a poor, underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. No one said you were, Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time? Witness, we'll personally talk to the defense at a later time. But for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Sorry. We went to the defendant's room, and then... Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy?
Hold it!
Are you sure it was Matt on guard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then. That's really the case, then it can't be mistaken. And? What was the defendant doing, standing in front of his own room? He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy.
Hold it!
At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform, and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. Why is that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry. I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. Alright, well, stalling for time is what we're after.
Hold it!
Saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. You know, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt... Well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Tip? It's a perfectly normal thing to do. So how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. Had guests with me that night and couldn't make them wait for me.
Hold it!
Who are these guests you're talking about? You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. That would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. Like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. You remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. They ended up focusing on her. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone very long. What am I trying to squeeze out here? Problem is we're going all the way back to that night, so I gotta remember a lot of this evidence. What am I trying to work out here? Hasn't gone very long. It was after the awards. It would mean it was shortly after 8 o'clock. Timeline hasn't been that essential. Like, not the timeline, but the time. Like, the actual times. Hasn't been as essential in this case as it has been in most others. I don't think there's anything there. I'm wearing a samurai mask. Talking with the bellboy. But you thought there was something weird about the bellboy. Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... Oh, shit. Okay, so I had to repress after hearing something else. I did feel something weird. It was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself. Ah, yeah. That's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Bellboy. He wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. And about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? You see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I'm trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? When something even more surprising happened. Bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. When I got my first good look at the guy's face, I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow it all. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. Which of his shocking moments I should ask about? It's gotta be the face. That's the obvious avenue to go down, since we know what the bellboy looked like. We know what the butler looks like, and we know what the killer looks like, and they all look like the same guy. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, he wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old gramps. And I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. No, that's not what I meant at all. Smack in the middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches. Line of stitches? Yeah, it went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Well, it's like if that thread snapped, the stuff in his head would come spilling out. He was there, at Engard's house. He was that butler. What is it, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. That means Engard was talking with Dick Killer then. That factor would be exposed. Engard would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Yes, Chief. I figured that out that much out myself. Sure you don't have anything you'd like to add? Say, Mr. Wright. What did you just say, Your Honor? Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. Just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with the testimony. So that didn't move things on. Let's go back to the tip then, I'm curious. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips. Wouldn't you agree? Sure, but giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much. Please clarify for the court how much you would say the defendant gave to the bellboy. Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. Why is that? He gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. Roll of cash? Ah, well, how interesting. It certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? Very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. Judges begin to look awfully suspicious of us.
Objection!
Defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him.
Objection!
Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I be standing around here prosecuting? No point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, and what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Juan Corrida. Then the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card of Shelley DeKiller left at the scene of the crime. Shelley DeKiller is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I'm certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley DeKiller. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? Oh, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir, right away. The second time. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. That's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yes, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. Dick Hiller. Then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. If that bellboy really was the assassin, I think the answer is fairly obvious. I would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it is your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha 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 ha. No laughing matter. Well, you wanted to laugh. You wanted me to make them laugh.
Hold it!
And what time was it? Well, I don't remember. Award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? Went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back. And I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 by that time. Not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. That's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room.
Hold it!
You sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. How could you tell? Well, the bellboys wear the same uniform, after all. You see? Well, he had those stitches in his face. Irk. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. Which room did the bellboy come out of? Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, all right. We're just gonna have to describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? Bellboy was one of those room service people, right? He wasn't pushing a cart, and he wasn't holding a tray, either. Well, that a little strange, too, wouldn't you? You agree that's a bit strange, Mr. Powers? Is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? Which I do. Stuff. We don't want to squeeze more details out of him because it's only going to make us look worse. Pulling a trick? Well, Phoenix, you're not that great at that. Nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. It really, really is. Really, really isn't. You two are done being school children. Bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth, you'll do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious. See, very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. Well, it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of the guest room empty-handed. Saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed. Yeah, really suspicious. And when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand. There's a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice? What kind of juice was it? Pretty sure it was tomato juice. Come up with some sort of reason as why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now. Well, the obvious reason is that he left in the room. He was delivering the juice to Juan. Like another job for the court record. Alright, I figured out the mechanics by now, thank you. Just do this one first. Please don't be so quick to judge. Well, it's kind of a Powers family thing. Like if every person is a thief. Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. It's not the point, Phoenix. In that case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us. He really is the assassin, you know? Yes, but you can't give in just yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're gonna have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. Oh, yes, I shall.
Objection!
Mr. Powers? Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But, isn't he really suspicious? Got all those stitches in... So? A baseball has stitches. You're saying that all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Well, there's also, I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I'd like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Corrida's body. Liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here. Anyone can clearly see there's a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Corrida's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But, I mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Now, but can you prove that Mr. Corrida was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? I blame you for leading me down this route. I'll give him a penalty, then. Terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Well, he's laughing because he knows the game we're playing. You're still treating him as a foe, Phoenix. Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? Bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say empty-handed? Recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Sorry, 1 second. Stop it. Well, what about his hand? Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? A bellboy. He's wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves? Why did you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Ah, boy, this really does make the bellboy look suspicious. I gotta focus. I can't lax here. Let me save them. Gonna have to afford to lax. But what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. The bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, football is made of leather. I thought it was made of pigskin. Saying that all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. Then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe that he was just another bellboy. Erg. Seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. Second meeting. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. Gave something to the person inside the room. The old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I just went to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. The bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, went to the defendant's room. I would say, like, I understand the bathroom is there just to add these plot points, but I don't feel like you would put your stars in hotel rooms on the first floor on the way to publicly accessible bathrooms. First of all, the bathrooms are usually near the lobby of the hotel room of the hotels, not where the rooms are. And also, these guys should be getting some pretty executive rooms. Yeah, I kind of saw all that by accident. Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor.
Hold it!
Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? Maybe a poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye in a sort of sneaky spy-like. Knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. Gave something to the person inside the room.
Hold it!
I said, hold it. Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. Probably ask him only one question at a time. Ask about this something. Gave something to this person. Yeah. And what was this something? If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? This implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please try to remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely what the bellboy did next. Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing, and the old guy just left without him going into the room.
Hold it!
Where did the bellboy go after he left Mr. Engard's room? He opened the door to the Viola Hall, went in there, and who knows after that, right? I do. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat.
Hold it!
You see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time? Yeah, I saw one thing. What? Saw something else? There's this jittery alien with a ray gun, watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker. think we can forget about the alien. Mr. Powers' testimony just now is as vague as his first. All a little troublesome, isn't it? Sure, if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although that makes it harder on us, doesn't it? What a lose-lose situation, indeed. Well, in the end, we want this guy convicted, right? So we gotta play a delicate balancing act where we don't discredit all of the testimony and all of the evidence just while we're stalling for time. It's a practical reality, anyway.
Hold it!
So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? Sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? And you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. I'd like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. The bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try and remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... No. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue.
Hold it!
Statue? Oh, I know what it is. Yeah, it kind of looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know? Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm gonna have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him. I'm gonna have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix. Unfortunately, I think I know what it is. I don't see how it helps us, though.
Objection!
What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. Was it, Phoenix? I have a feeling something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Powers, something you saw. Was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. It's a something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. Recall we found this at Matt Engar's mansion. At the defendant's house? What does this mean? Simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Corda in his room. He stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. The bear being found in Mr. Engar's mansion would mean... Goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Engard is the killer's client. Order, order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, it's the most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. Not now, than it would have later on. Even if you hadn't showed it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. Almost forgot that he knew about it, too. I think it is clear there's no need for us to continue this trial. Can't let this happen. I have to do something. Has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright. There's still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. It's supposed to be a penalty if I get it wrong, so... Alright, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like us to explore further? I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright, was found at Mr. Engard's mansion. A However, Mr. Engard was arrested at the hotel that night. Which means since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. Not possible that it was Mr. Engard who took this bear to his mansion. Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There's no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
Objection!
God damn it, Edgeworth. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? Remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Engard's mansion. You shouldn't admit we were there, I think. Now this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Can't believe it. That butler, all this time he was the killer. I don't feel like that now is the time for us to be exposing this. I understand that Edgeworth is not completely our ally here. But he kind of is. We're after the same goal, so he should help me out. Because we want the man convicted in the end. Both of us. So it feels dodgy for us to do this now. The killer and Engard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Engard Mansion as his butler. What a bold move. Bear figurine was brought back to Engard Mansion by the killer himself. What is so significant about the bear? When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Engard had him do so. Assumed because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, we gotta figure out what's so important about it. Something was hidden in it. Probably the suicide note, I'm guessing, because they mentioned it was cut up. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. Too much. Is there anything I can attack at all? Try. I have to find something else while I'm saving again. What will we do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Power's testimony? What? Still another one? There's indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. Oh! We're just going around in a circle. There's one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear. That is the identity of the person who received the bear. Gave something to someone inside the room. Sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, can't be sure of. Ah! What is it, Mr. Powers? Gotta scream like that, at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so, I remembered. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. What? The arm. It was a Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. You've gotta be kidding. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was a Nickel Samurai. Hey, would it have still been... What's-her-face? I don't feel like she would have done that, though. Unless there was another part of the step in her plan to frame him, was to take that back. No, that didn't make sense, because she found the body afterwards. She wouldn't have been there to accept it after the killing in costume. Looks like you've dug your own grave yet again. How many times is that today? I lost count. The person who took this little bear was a Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Matt Engard is a Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. I think we've heard enough. Now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. Client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Engard. No reason to continue this trial, therefore I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright? Pardon. Could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Do I? What should I do? We can't. We can't let him pass the verdict.
Objection!
Only one way for me to drag this trial out. Has to be a pain in the balls. The only thing I have left is one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at Engard Mansion. However, it's possible that this work is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is Dick Killer's real client. The real client? Yes. Is this all you have? It sure is. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is Dick Killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer? I think the only angle I have is still her.
Take that!
Adrian Andrews. Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt Engard for the crime. By wearing a spare Nickel Samurai costume. Ah, then the Nickel Samurai's arm that I saw. Could have very well been Miss Andrews. What about Mr. Engard? You would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then finding this figure at Mr. Engard's mansion. It was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? He's gonna mention that the timeline doesn't add up. Because she would not have been in that costume at that time. Considering he went straight from the killing to the room. It's not like she somehow got around him during that period. Can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount this possibility either. I think you can. Again, the timeline doesn't add up. The only way it makes sense is if we acknowledge that Engard took the bear, but then say while he was asleep, that's when Adrian took it. But she would have to have known that the bear was suspicious. And it wouldn't make sense for him to accept the bear if he was not the one who hired the killer. So, to me, that doesn't add up. What is with this trial? This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order, order, order. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave this courtroom. Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth. Prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it is strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specifically bring that bear to Engard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear up all doubts against Miss Andrews. Who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well, then the court will take a short 10-minute recess. Prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, I'll admit that first section happened a little faster than expected. Oh, I knew it was going to be a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? I ever thought you, in your desperation, you tried to pin the guilt onto Adrian. Arrgh, I swear this demon will pay. Sir Nick, Pearls, where's Mia? I don't know. Really strong power suddenly called her away. It's Maya. Really strong power? Oh ho 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 ho! Your phone is from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. I just barely found something to latch onto. It's good, pal. What about you? Anything yet? Figured out where the killer and Maya are? Are we saying this with on guard right in the room? Still don't have any leads, but what? We don't have any more time. We just had one. Even a single clue would be really helpful. Do I have a clue? Only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. Never just run out of luck this time. That's all our hope for naught. A tent. Huh? A tent. You can see a circus tent. Mia? Looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. It was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. I can see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away, but she's at the big top. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? Only one, pal. The very big circus. Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Draw a circle on that map. About a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry. And? You can see a mailbox under the window, just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? Sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. Felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so. She in Acro's room? I heard her, an old office building. Good stuff, pal. Yeah, hang in there, pal. Just a little while longer. Wish us luck. Call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay? Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please, sorry. Looks like we're out of time. You alright, Phoenix? Only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this over to his client. And this one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Then the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You've seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right. Why? What is she? The bear figurine. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. Its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. Really can't tell that it's just a small jewelry box just by looking at it. This figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Looks like there was really something to that bear after all.
Hold it!
A puzzle. That's right. Looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. People who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. What kind of puzzle is this exactly?
Hold it!
You can take it apart. How would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right, and then push it in. Oh yes, I see. With that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. He's just having a lot of fun with it. Boy and his new toys, like he's 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? Its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item.
Hold it!
How do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Oh, it's a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. And this was a present from you. That's right. It's a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it'd be perfect for one. It was a present from Miss Andrews. Continue with your testimony.
Hold it!
So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. A souvenir from Switzerland. I doubt there are many people with the same bear in this country. This looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone just wanted to get what's inside. Well, it's a toy. It can never be the same again once it's been broken. Haven't we determined that it is damaged? Somebody did fuck with it? Covered in many thin cuts. Oh no. I'm just referring to the segments.
Hold it!
Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. 2 of you, huh? Of course, that means Mr. Edgar didn't know, right? This is about all I'm gonna get for now. Only Corda and Andrews knew how to open it. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize. There's one very important fact we haven't uncovered, and that's this. That this bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we're going to figure out next. Witness? Yes. You're the only one who can open this. Please. Painful silence in the room. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves a puzzle, takes the bear apart. Click. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? What is that? Looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what this is, do we, Mr. Wright? A suicide note. Suicide note? Suicide note left by Juan Corda's former manager, Celesta Impacts. Till now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corda himself. Seems Celeste Impacts had very beautiful handwriting. She had just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. Most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Order! Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. Heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public. But I couldn't find it anywhere. Because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. But now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on that note? That's right. At least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it's only appropriate that the contents of this note be made known. Can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I cannot allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, would you please read the contents of the note aloud? Very well. Judge's voice ran loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. Her note, Celeste Impacts, left to us a record of all that had happened to her. Of being used and then thrown away by Engard. Of being engaged to Corrida and Engard's role in destroying that. How she decided in her despair to end it all. That's all Miss Impacts had to say. There's one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engard. And what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. The night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. The post-ceremony show is going to hold a press conference. My word. Matt Engard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. How terrible. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. DeKiller's client's goal was to obtain the suicide note. The only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bearer with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. Seems that we've come to the truth at last. Defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. Burke. Am I supposed to escape from this one? I don't know. I don't think we're trying to escape in the end. We're just trying to stall. Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those. The gavel is already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry. Suicide note or the figurine? Which of these should I pursue? Well, there's only a 3-point penalty if I fuck it up. Let's think deep, though. He wouldn't have been able to open it, but it doesn't matter, because he would have just destroyed it to get it. Would that really be bad enough? I guess the fact they drove someone to suicide would make the scandal much worse, even if the nature of it wasn't that horrible. Like, it was just a, you know, it was a one-sided relationship. That happens all the time, especially with celebrities. But the fact that it was bad enough that she killed herself would have really damaged his image. So, what about the figurine? I think I'll just go with it, because I don't know. I don't really see what angle we can push there.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. Still going at it. The assassin took this with him from the crime scene after murdering Mr. Corda. The request of his client, of course. So, what's your point, Mr. Wright? I don't think it's possible that Mr. DeKiller's client was Matt Engard. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. Can't tell just by looking at it that this bear is really a jewelry box. Chances that Matt Engard thought the note was inside this bear. Or 0 to none. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly. Well, I didn't think of that, but I did think of it that way, and I thought that was rather strange. After all, there's no reason why Matt and Mr. Ungard would ever want a jewelry box like this. Order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Fortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? Fence seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I'd like to direct the court's attention to this. Okay, so we're just moving on to new evidence. What is that? The very small video camera, Your Honor. The type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Matt Ungard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Corda, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Ungard. Order, order. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. You're confused, Mr. Wright. Probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. This camera I have is not that same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this gumshoes bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Not Ungard's fingerprints were on there. Oh, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? Good question. I think this is the end. Fairly obvious that Mr. Ungard learned of the suicide note through this. Watching the victim all along. Got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey. Phoenix. Yes, Chief. You figured out what you're gonna do next yet? What am I gonna do next? Running away like a frightened child work? Now it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case. But in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Oh, what is it, Mia? The piece of evidence that you really should investigate. You should investigate. I really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Oh god, what was it? Why are you speaking riddles all of a sudden? Because this is a video game and I have to figure it out. I think we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? I think I will, but I don't know what it is yet. What's this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at? Or let it go. I have to present. Otherwise it's over. I have an objection, Your Honor. It was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright.
Objection!
There you go. Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You're beginning to sound desperate. Just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. Your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me I forgot something? So close, Mr. Edgeworth. There's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Oh god, what is it? About the camera. Something you forgot to investigate about the camera. What could it be? Only at the time of the murder. We never found the tape. We never found the tape. Doesn't mean you forgot to investigate it, we just didn't find it. Is that the right angle? I am not so sure. There's two very loose things I can think. Number one, he didn't point out that the transmitter is going back to... No, that doesn't make sense. We didn't find a tape to show what was caught on camera. And they're set to record a period of time. Now, hang on. Val, are you still awake? I have a quick question. I may be misunderstanding something here. When he says this piece of evidence, is he specifically referring to the camera that Edgeworth introduced? Or is he saying this piece of evidence as in what I'm about to present? Sorry, I asked two questions. I don't know which one he said no to. Okay, what I'm about to present. So it could be any one of these things. Something you should examine about this piece of evidence. I almost went down a horrible misunderstanding there. That probably was going to spin me in circles for a while. The bear. Shit. It didn't make this easier for me. Ugh. So much crap here. I want to watch that dialogue again. I'm still kind of struggling. His eagerness to prove his point forgot one very important thing. There's a piece of evidence that you really should investigate. Something you should investigate. I really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. So something he had the chance to investigate, but neglected to. What could it have been? There's been a big stink about fingerprints in this one. There's no discussion of fingerprints on this thing. But both people who handled it were wearing gloves. But I don't think that matters. Might be this? Just why would he be hanging on to this, I wonder? Doesn't make sense that he's just hanging on to this. But why do I think he's hanging on to it? The only thing so far we haven't really used at all. I'm gonna just roll the dice on this one. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I do believe some special examination is needed. I think the item that should be examined is the defense's gray matter. Whoops. This trial is over. I'd like to see you in my chambers. There are a few things we need to discuss. Well, that's that. If you're going to speak, at least use your brain to make up something intelligible. You're telling me I forgot something. Alright, so it wasn't that. The card? What would be so special about the card? Really wouldn't tell us anything, because his whole angle... the hired killer would have left it there, because that is his calling card. I'm trying to remember what Gumshoe said about spy cameras. Could they only record a specific period of time? Or was this one only set to record that way? I don't know. I'm going back a bit. Here's only the camera part. Tape recorder with the tape is somewhere else. Footage is changed to radio waves in the center of that recorder. Video version of a listening device. Attached to a small clock-like thing. You can set it Turn on the camera and record at a certain time with it. So you can. Not that he did. I don't know if that's the right move. So the spy camera is how they suggest that he knew that I was inside this. Bear. We're done with the knife, the cause of death. Don't see how these two are relevant. We're done with that. They don't get rid of evidence when you're done with it. So everything just kind of sits here and confuses me. Empty case. Why was it empty? I feel like that's still kind of an open question. Nope. Alright, I'm about to lose. Oh, I'm reloading.
Objection! Take that!
Nope. I'm struggling so hard. Man, this is still part 4-1. There's a part 4-2 though. You're killing me.
Take that!
I really am just brute forcing this now. I don't understand. What did he have the opportunity? I really want to think it. I don't want to just brute force it. One piece, he didn't have the chance to investigate because it didn't exist before the trial. Didn't exist. Didn't exist. What only existed after the trial? I'm so confused. Technically, these all existed before the trial. As evidence, no. We only got these 3 items. No, technically we got all these after the trial started. It's not that. It is? What needed to be investigated about that? I'm so confused. Who knows? I mean, sure, this... Is that really what he's... I mean, I guess he's desperate, isn't he? I'm sure the suicide note was found inside this bear. This bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means... handwriting on the suicide note is yet to be analyzed. So, as to whether this is pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impax or not, has yet to even be remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright? You can't seriously be arguing. Mr. Wright? Are you saying this suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews? You were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Engard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you?
Objection!
Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever.
Objection!
But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt and Guard. I did no such thing.
Objection!
Right, if you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented the scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? Because as the defense stated, the handwriting is yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. They're just going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I don't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. Request that both the prosecution and the defense further investigate. I think we've reached the end of the line. Well, there it is. What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe. I'm not supposed to be answering phones in court. What's with him? What is with that side? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? Sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. Wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? Found his hideout, pal. The 2 of them are already gone. It's terrible. I'm gonna keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. Don't tell me we don't. We don't have any more. You hear that? They're calling for his head. It's alright. I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. About to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! Take that. Nice. Mr. Edgeworth, Please, you gotta buy us some more time. Court is in session. Beep. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying? Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm reluctant to do this. However, it appears I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Damn. Edgeworth really threw us under the bus there.
Objection!
Oh, there he goes. Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? Perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. Wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. The prosecution's request, this court will take a 30-minute recess. Be advised I will not allow another recess today. Not sure if this is helping or hurting us. Court will now take its final recess of the day. This is how they get around the, third day. The, third day nonsense. You just make an extra second day. Right? Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? Killer. Looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Report. Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time. Just spit it out. Right. So we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence? Whoa, I thought you'd ask, pal. We got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. Those guys weren't looking. I swept the stuff and ran. Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. Really sorry, sir, but I gotta put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. Hope we don't get in too much trouble over this. The Helga junk car, I'd say, it'd be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I want to make sure no one can stop me now, sir. No one. Pulling out. All the stops are running every red light. You're gonna get pulled over. Limbs left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that'll be decisive enough to end this. He crashed, didn't he? Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me. Well, he's dead. Sounds like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? Gotta hurry up and call for help. You have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken. He wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. So if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. We can't let that happen. If there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why did Gumshoe have to get in an accident now? Anywhere we can find out exactly where he is at this moment. I mean, I know there is. What is it? There's a way. What? How? We can find Detective Gumshoe is through this. Would he have had the radio? No. Even then, that doesn't help us track it down. We don't have the bug sweeper anymore. I'm not penalized for anything here, am I? We can't figure out where this is transmitting to. I don't know what he has in his possession. This was going back to the VCR and then Guard's house. Is it this? Cell phone broke, so we can't just call him again.
Take that!
Did I say something wrong? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. Okay, I thought it was going to give me another chance, but apparently I just fucked it up. I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. But what I'm doing now, pinning the guilt under someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. Might just be my turn to say Phoenix Wright. Defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right? It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. Prosecutor Edgeworth here. Her profile? How would she know? Oh, she has a tracker on him! I forgot! God damn it! I completely forgot about that. Phone call for you, sir. Said it was extremely urgent. Probably finished with handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Does that fuck anything up? That'd be the only time they, like, really mess things up between, like, sections, if I got that wrong. Yeah, there's still so much game left! To let you proceed, it shouldn't. Alright. We have a whole other fucking thing. I have to finish now, though, because there's, like, not enough left for another stream, so... Jesus Christ, I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna have to sincerely think about whether I can do the third game in time. Because these are taking so much longer than I really expected. And I know you warned me that they would. I will acknowledge that I did not take you seriously. I'm not eating the dog. Whatever, we just have to continue. I'll assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Uh-oh, why is he so upset? I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? It's like something unexpected that just happened to him. Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell us to court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I discovered that this suicide note is a forgery. Aha! What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impacts herself. It is a fake. Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? This was not written by Miss Impacts, and who wrote it? We need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corda. Mr. Corda? Well, well. Looks like Miss Impacts never left a suicide note after all. Never wrote anything about On Guard. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. Does sound very plausible. So either that on guard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. Well, my literal brain is going to point out the fact that it really doesn't matter if he knows it's fake. It would still be enough to damage his reputation, because he would have to go... He would have to, like, somehow take possession of it and have a handwriting analysis done and prove that it was a fake. And in that time, a lot of damage can happen to his reputation. But what could be wrong with that belief that he thought it was real? I mean, if he was listening in, if he knew about the existence of it and he was listening in, and Corda never knew that he was listening in, it just seems like he would spill the beans about it being fake. He would say, hey, this note that I made to incriminate him is what I'm going to present tomorrow. Let's see what we come up with. The defense believes that this theory that the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. Everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true. It's impossible for Mr. On Guard not to have known it was a fake. This. Wait, what? I'm an idiot. I'm stupid. I own that one. Okay, so I wasn't supposed to present anything there. I'm stupid. For some reason I thought, oh, he would know that the handwriting was fake, but then I realized he never saw it. So how would he ever know? He never saw the note. Which is something I would like to ask. To Edgeworth, you stated something earlier to the effect of the defendant had spied on Mr. Corda's private life. Yeah, I should have pursued that like I thought. But I had a last-minute brainwave that turned out to be very stupid. I believe this would mean that he would have known about the note as well. That's it. Yes, and so naturally, means Mr. On Guard would have known that the note was a fake. I should have done it. I should have gone with it. Impulse logic. Failed me again. Order. See here, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I was the one who thought of the spying thing. Jumping in and stealing my thunder like that is simply... I can't even describe it. Yes, sorry. You even bragged about embarrassing Mr. Edgeworth, my grandchild, had you not. Is he going to penalize me again, so I get 4 penalties there? God damn it! Only I kept my mouth shut. Then the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. Prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Ongar's motive for murder was has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, not as if Mr. Ongar monitored Mr. Corda 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote a note in a place Mr. Ongar didn't know of. All right, back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery in an unknown place? Also, in that case, how would he even know that the note existed? Hi, Otis. Looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. As I figured. As you figured? As I figured, it came down to this after all. Edgeworth, you're not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? The prosecution can't prove Mr. Ongar's motive through the evidence. We must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. We're stuttering. That's not like him at all. Unusual? What sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer the question, once and for all, the question of, who was it that hired Shelley the Killer to commit murder? Who could this be? It's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness? It is... It's, Yes, go on, who is it? The man himself. Mr. Shelley the Killer. Huh? Oh, Mr. the Killer? Wait, Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here to the witness stand? Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. Recognize this as a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this alright with you? Do you have a choice here? I don't really do much else to drag this trial out. Defense has no objections, Your Honor. Wonder if it's really alright to do this. Very well, then. The prosecution calls this witness to the stand. How do you have him? Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness, your name and your occupation, please. Oh. What? How's the radio move? Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I'm a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here? Your Honor? How can you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. This must be what got that urgent... Must be what that urgent phone call you got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelley the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Hiya! A voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything for this? The defense has no objections to this person. You're satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer. Looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. What would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida. Now that we've answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. Oh, just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream. Shelley the Killer. What is he going to say? What the hell? There's something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. I mean, about this trust between his clients and himself thing? Seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? I guess. Now we didn't know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected. I've only got one hit point left, so... It's gonna be annoying.
Hold it!
Can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. Said this is something I must first state. Do you understand what the word first means? Sorry, go on. Well, it appears this one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. Only because you don't know about my situation.
Hold it!
Just between you and your client. Provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. Too many people knew my face. It would be quite troublesome. That is why you're testifying in this manner. The first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. Couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did, yes. That person wouldn't be my client for very long. There was certainly... That's enough. Please, no more. Very well, it was only a hypothetical anyway.
Hold it!
Seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think this will be very bad for them. Doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. A role? Person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. This is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Oh, he's about to say... what's her name? Adrian. The gentleman who just spoke just now. Excuse me, would you care to die? No, I didn't say anything. But you'd better watch himself. I wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client.
Hold it!
Understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. Ah, that egomaniacal. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. And how that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already. Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He's very steadfast and closed, so you kind of have to work to get him to talk. Not his therapist, you know. But I do actually have to squeeze it out of him. We're not just buying time here. Oh, God. I don't have a clue what to do here. I have to grasp the importance of the trust. Right? Like, I'm not really sure what I'm trying to do here. Press statements in the correct order. Oh, shit. I hate that. That means if I just press them again, I'd get it. Last time I just did it in a circle and I eventually got to it. Yep, there it is. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. Just said that your client had already broken the rules. Person who frames another is the worst kind of human. That's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. It's my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think, really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You've made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. That is the reason I'm here on this witness stand. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. You can't ask it, Mr. Wright? Then I will. Witness? What is the name of the client who requested the murder of Juan Corda? Person's name is... Adrian Andrews.
Objection!
Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? You think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This cannot be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. Dick Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure that in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. Dick Killer told him a different name. Matt on guard, perhaps?
Objection!
This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. You Shelley Dick Killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Well, all of a sudden it seems like we can actually win this. Do we want to? I don't think we do. Prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there's a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. Most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. Dick Killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. Oh. All this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt on guard is innocent. Seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue the discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in here immediately. But now, with the way this is going, on guard will be found innocent. Maybe your last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. On guard, my client. I know he's guilty. I'll live with myself if I win this. Who would have believed that this prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. The killer is certainly lying under oath. Wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please, that testimony just now was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. Juan's death was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. Sorry about that. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. Dick Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. A knife in the button, donning the nickel samurai costume. That's... You even have a motive. You know that Miss Celeste's impacts was part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. So you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. No. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. After the side. I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya. I know the right thing is not to do that. Do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Phoenix. Can't do it, Mia. I can't accept the not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt Guard is a killer, a murderer. Can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. I let Miss Andrews be convicted. I'm no better than on guard. Even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact. It is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. Could have gotten on guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? Never thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do. So, Wright, your opinion, please. Defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But the witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through the witness's lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. Still more evidence to look at. I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. DeKiller. Right away, Your Honor. The verdict's been reached. Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What's he talking about? Usually done? What shall we have him testify about now? Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? God damn, this is so fucking long. I thought I left myself enough time yesterday. It's been 7 hours since I started this stream. I thought the whole fucking case was supposed to take 7 hours. I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. The client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the beginning that it was Juan Cordo was dead. I did, yes. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said the client had broken the rules. Most unexpected turn of events. For the 5th time now? Or this time, everything has finally been revealed.
Objection!
Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? Still have the cross-examination to do. We don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. Makes 2 of us. Oh, God.
Hold it!
Was it, Mr. Wright? If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes? How much is your fee? So you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No. I'm not thinking... Mr. Wright? Yes? You want to kill me. You want me dead, don't you? Oh, no. I lost, didn't I? What was it? Oh, okay. I thought there was going to be an instant loss. Why do you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not?
Hold it!
I think that most people would be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah. Well, changing occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. Goes without saying, Mr. DeKiller. Their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police, I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. Try to make things easy. My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. Really devoted to his work. But to discard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. I'm pretending to be the first person to discover the body. You're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. I already told you I have no intention of using your services ever. Why should you keep looking at me like I'm on the one on trial here? From the very beginning, that's correct, from before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. Okay. Why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Fiddling around the scene of the crime is pretty risky. Why would someone who had requested a murder to go to the crime scene anyway? It's true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. On Guard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. My job is to kill, that is all, and I leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken my rules. That's all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again, as in you plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? Oh no, I'm fine, really. Are you really now? What kind of man the judge thinks I am now? What are you gonna do, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. However, you realize that this will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. One thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. This is the one he said was odd, right? Knew from the very beginning that Juan Cordo was dead. From the very beginning, from before my client visited the room. All my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. Why did she leave her fingerprints on the thing, then? I feel like that's the thing to think about. It was very stupid for her to leave fingerprints if she was trying to frame someone else.
Objection!
Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller. What was the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the room, your client had no idea Juan Corda had been murdered. But how do you know that? In this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass. Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Corda had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. Isn't that just part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the exact same thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? Not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you're mistaken. If Adrian Andrews is really your client, as you claim, then your client should have known of Mr. Corda's death. Not. That can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, the killer figures out what you're up to, we're in real trouble.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I'm positive that there was a contradiction in that testimony. Prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. It never ends. To buy us more time. God! I don't want to spend any more time playing this. I know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. God. Once I get here, I have to figure out why they're important. Request came to me, about a week ago. Request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. Then at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few details. That is what occurred. I trust my memory and believe I made no mistakes. Alright, at least this one's short. So you physically met with your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. So, yes, I feel like the details is going to be in some of his descriptions. 1 week ago, are you sure? Yes, I'm quite sure. I, of course, had paid my own preparations. I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. Specific date and time. Request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. Do you ask why on that specific night? No. I try to fulfill the conditions of my client's request. As for why, I only had my suspicions. Suspicions, huh? What are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? It was all for the bear. The bear? The client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Corda's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. Let's be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. Planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all. That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. Well, Mr. Wright, the testimony now of any importance? God. Why... If she was trying to frame him to disgrace him... Testimony just now has made one thing clear. That is... the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Oh, why is everyone so quiet? Right? I think all of us already knew that. But really. Alright. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was that brief pause? Witness, I would like to ask you for a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I've never taken a request by telephone or mail. Why is that? Because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. Because the only way to establish that is to speak with the client while looking them in the eye. Very important, Your Honor. Mr. DeKiller had met the client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken. Saying the client really was Adrian Andrews. I guess so. See, it's just as I said. I'm fucking it up. Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax. I was really trying to, like, get him to try and describe Adrian's appearance to prove that he is making it up. But that angle is not permitted here. Mine was Adrian Andrews. That is correct. Well, he says the two of them met. But if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with Mr. DeKiller's testimony. There shouldn't seem to be anything strange this time around. But to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. be able to find a flaw in his testimony.
Hold it!
If I asked about them, it would only be a guess. I see. That's fine then. Okay, that doesn't help.
Hold it!
If I do this... I say no. Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet with Adrian Andrews in person? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, that I did. Going through talking with him face to face. Ho ho! Ho hee ho ho! So I thought I can trust this person as a client. True what they say about talking face to face. Now this was important. I heard what I think I just heard right now, and I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Really? That's the case? Please include the statement just now in your testimony. The moment I saw him, I thought I can trust this person as a client. As we know now, that was not how it turned out, correct? What do you mean? Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't stick to the rules, right? Well, yes. I suppose you are correct. I'd like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate? I still don't understand why you were doing this. I obviously know what he's doing wrong here, but we're still waiting on evidence. But we don't really care about the evidence at this point. We care about making Maya safe. And trying to outwit him now doesn't help, because Maya's with him. And he will cut her throat the moment we break his balls, you know?
Objection!
I'd like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. That's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the Killer? You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So what is the issue? What did you just say just now? About her? You know, I was wondering why Adrian Andrews had that specific name. So I always thought Adrian... I know very few women named Adrian, but quite a few men named Adrian. But I know it can be a woman's name. One look would have told you that she was a woman. Whoa! Haha! Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following. That he always meets his clients face-to-face when taking their requests. But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. Means Mr. DeKiller's client could not have been Adrian Andrews. What is coming out of it? Radios don't have oil or liquids in them. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe that has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? It's Adrian Andrews, without a doubt a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. So he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What's going on? Shelley DeKiller, this court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So that means you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you allow me to testify once more. Oh my god, I have to use the bathroom first then. This game is too fucking long. Holy shit. I know he's just gonna spit out more lies. Please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. I don't understand why he's so anxious right now. At this point, he knows he should be smart enough to realize that I'm trying to double-cross him. Request taking part 2. Now I remember, I took that request by mail. You said you never do, though. There have been times where I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. I saw the name at the end of the letter. I thought my client to be a man. So he took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony. It means he is definitely lying. Careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. No, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Oh, boy. Didn't you just say you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. Didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Now, come on now. Let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. That's right, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Do you have any proof that Mr. the Killer met his client? I definitely don't now. Sorry, Your Honor, unfortunately I don't have any proof. I see. Your line of questioning was just another waste of time. Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. Lel. Why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I've been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities, on top of which the times have changed. Now the age of information and computers, correct? I've joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail. Do you have mail in a special insulated envelope? Very sorry, I despise the shortening of words. What I mean by electronic mail is commonly referred to as email. Contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot hands down. You took this job without having met your client. The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. 2 or 3 other things. What were these other things? A few other things have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? Really bad if I push his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Then I'll let it go. Sounds like one sharp man. I should try to find a better way of doing this without making him suspicious. You're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once. I did, once. It's when I went to give my client the figurine. Yes, I see. Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at that time. The nickel samurai mask, I'm guessing. Right, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this testimony? Oh god, what is it? She wouldn't have been wearing it at the time. One thing does sort of stick out at me, Your Honor. Miss, I think you most definitely saw your client's face. Let's recall Mr. Power's testimony. I went by myself to Matt's room. Standing there in his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He gave the bellboy a tip. Yes, I forgot about that one. Received quite a large roll of cash from Mr. On Guard. At that time, he was not wearing his nickel samurai mask. Oh! Yes, now that you mention it, I do remember that. Witness? Yes, that night I did wander the floor as a bellboy. Received plenty of tips that night just for carrying juice to the various rooms. That's so wrong. I presume the bailiff. The man who gave me that tip was not my client. Probably just a very generous person.
Objection!
I'm sorry, but sadly, we are not nearly so generous here. I could receive large rolls of cash by believe about that. You've said this before. This is sadly more than enough for one man. Where is your evidence that the large roll of cash was not in fact a tip? Come, Mr. Edgeworth, show me the money. What? Mr. Attorney? Yes? You know, I think your line of questioning has been a little strange. In fact, I would say you don't seem to believe Miss Andrews is my client. Oh no, it's not like that at all. I just think lies aren't a very good thing, you know? Oh, I know and agree. Lies are not a good thing at all. I think we're on the same page now, aren't we, Mr. Attorney? Or if I feel threatened in any way, I'm free to cut contact at any time. Sorry, please forgive my foolishness. If only you were this apologetic all the time. Do not see a huge contradiction here. Or may you continue, witness. Reach the end of our rope here. That's exactly what is so bad. At the rate we're going, we're going to end up completely destroying the killer's lie. If you do that, you already know how serious of a situation this will put us in. All I can do now is pray that those items reach us in time. Why? What do I... This is ridiculous. What was up with this one? No, it was the first one. There's something to do there.
Hold it!
There's proof that he met his client. There's proof that he met his client. Yeah, because he handed the bear over. From this far, I have to pry and prove something here. Very well, I will show you proof. Sure about this, Phoenix? Here's the proof that the witness met with his client who wished Mr. Corrida dead.
Take that!
So, what do you think? You may say, what do you think? Or I'm, for all intents and purposes, a transceiver radio. Well, that's right, you can't actually see the evidence. I don't think this was one I needed to see. I can hear the pure silence. What? Bull squash! How was that wrong? He handed the bear over! Oh, well, I guess the costume was on at the time, wasn't it? God, I don't want to keep playing this anymore. There has to be something here, right? The note? Like the suicide note? Why does it have to be that? Because the bear is what he handed over. That's silly. Wasn't a different note, right? That's the only note. That's so stupid! The bear is what he handed over. No, listen. Well, it's the same thing. I lost again. Val, you lied to me. I have shit to do. I'm in this situation again where this is taking twice as long as I expected, and I cannot be here anymore. But I'm so close to the end, I can't just save it for tomorrow. Is that the right thing to press? There's one other thing I could do.
Hold it.
Push this, so whatever, I'll do it. Said it would be bad if I pushed him, and he got mad, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney? Yes? Everything I've said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client, which is why I would wonder what is pushing you to continue this cross-examination. Could it be that you're planning to betray your own client? I smell the stench of a backstabber. Should you turn out to be one? Wait. Oh, this is looking really bad. Didn't press my luck. Is this worth pursuing? It feels too intense to not be. It's a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. Okay, so he didn't admit to doing this yet, even though we knew he did. And that's why it wasn't there yet. Now it's gonna work. Through the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that his job was just as important as the killing. And where was that figurine? It's inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase. And what did you do next? Handed it over to my client right away. Gave it to your client. Interesting. Information certainly sounds important to me. Please include what you say in your testimony. Probably shouldn't press this, but I'm doing it anyway. Found this figurine at Mr. Engar's mansion. Gave it to Miss Andrews, and what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. It's also part of the plan to frame Mr. Engar, I'm sure. Makes a lot of sense. I have no objection to that. I'm going to circle around. No use. As long as I can't put my finger on the central problem here, pressing this witness more would be extremely dangerous. Okay, I'm going to save now. We did get more info. No, you're fucking bullshitting me. What is up with this? Am I supposed to keep pressing when it says I should press my luck? Because that's fucking ridiculous. They're trying to make me be delicate here, but it seems like I'm actually supposed to be doing it. I'm trying one more time by actually doing the note, since that's what you said. If this doesn't work, then I'm fucking pissed. I'm pissed. Please stop doing that. Alright, do I do it here? He says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews, but I know somewhere in that statement is a contradiction, and yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he'll cut the connection on his end. Want to make a strong point, Phoenix? You have to present strong evidence. What I do, Dr. Wright? Dr. Wright? Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine. She told you to take the bear and wait for her on guard mansion. Is that correct? Yes, where are you going with this? I think maybe you have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? That little witch, I can't let up on him. I don't think it's possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. How do I bring this up? Well, if she did receive it, because she was looking for it, right? Because she wanted this. If she did receive it, she would have taken this immediately.
Take that!
Shelley DeKiller. You had really given the bear to Miss Andrews. Now, this item should not have been inside it. This item? I see where you're going. That's where I'm going. Where's everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. I'm going to burn it for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken this suicide note out and burned it. Order, order, order. That's where you two are going. By the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, tells us that your client did not know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means, Your Honor, that it's impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Oh! Order, order, order. Mr. Phoenix, Wright? I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not... That's enough. If that is your intention, then there's only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please, not that. Please wait. Sir Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor? I don't understand this witness's outburst just now. I think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? No, we should. Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... Prosecution, Let's come over, everyone. Even you are. Prosecution rests. What's going on around here? Prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. Prosecution rests with no further questions. The prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt Engard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Andrews would be charged with his murder. Prosecution has no further questions, so we'll now hear what the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant Matt Engard to the stand. Items from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. Tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. Can't believe it. Outcome now lies in your hands. I don't understand how the items help us, because our objective is to get Maya out of his clutches before finding him guilty. The old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You've done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Ha! So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Engard? An atrocious lawyer I have, given up his own client like this. That refreshing spring breeze crap is just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Why would he out himself like this? He's not that stupid. Right, Mr. Lawyer? I mean, I guess he's just getting really fucking cocky. Should I side with justice? Should I save Maya's life? Better get Engard a guilty sentence, okay? If I did that, Maya will die. If I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be just charged as a murderer. If I say he's guilty or not guilty, and the choice that makes someone's life is going to end. I mean, it's all about justice, right? Finding him innocent is no justice. Let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. The person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews. The client, Matt on guard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer's going to say what I want, aren't you? Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. Can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. It's not even evidence anymore. Like, we have so much evidence that proves him guilty. It's just we were working with the prosecution to try and stall. And the only way to stall was to make the prosecution weaker. We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Not on guard. Your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Not on guard is...
Objection!
Where'd you come from? Oh, that's a nice sprite. Francisco von Karma. What are you doing? Ow. You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool. Do you bring them, the final pieces? Do you have them? You'd know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence here is in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine and his injuries are minor. All the items are inside this. What a filthy old coat this is. Scumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. Apologize for its ugliness, but there's nothing else to wrap up the items in. Fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what is inside that raggedy coat. Sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Final evidence? Trial's already over. All that remains for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
Objection!
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. Request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. Suppose you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by the court. Miss Von Karma, if you please. This piece of evidence are items left by the killer during escape from the police. Must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor, he left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around like a miracle. Sure of it. That's all we can hope for. Again, I still don't understand this, because the important thing is that Maya's still with the killer. And nothing that happens here is going to change that. Because it's all a matter of the police getting to him. First item is a pistol. Does this have anything to do with this? More details. Does the pistol have any relation to this case? Yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me. Oh, because you got shot with it. Pistol used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. Sure will be an excellent sample for the test. Pistol that was used to shoot Francisca. It's probably not going to help us very much. Second piece of evidence is his videotape. This is going to be important. Bet the killer took that from On Guard's mansion. You checked the contents of that tape. Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right. Looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 officers at the site. Somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelley the Killer is no ordinary man. This piece of evidence is his bellboy's uniform. The uniform for the Gatewater Hotel. Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves, like in one of the leather pockets. Black leather gloves in one of the pockets. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. One more interesting thing I found about this uniform, and what is that? There's a button missing on the uniform. A button. A very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with a very interesting clue. Special buttons is missing. All I have to present, Your Honor. Just as I thought. What was that, Your Honor? I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, the question is not who did the killing, it is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. These 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Ms. Von Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. Or is already all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix? I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. You have to make that miracle happen. Come this far, you can't give up now. No matter how you think about it, it's... Try for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2. The first. Make on guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Killer will always place his client's wishes first. When guard wishes himself to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. It may be true, but it's asking me to do the impossible. Second way. Force the killer to end his contract with On Guard. The killer would no longer think of On Guard as his client, and he would let Maya go. Yeah, that's even more impossible. The man who values his duty towards his client above all else. No, both of these seem like impossible feats at first. If you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. Bigger problem is the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. Pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked from us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? Person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge, we have all seen the piece of evidence. That is how we come to know the truth. There's one person who has yet to see them all. That person does not know the truth. Oh dear. Being so vague. Maybe what bring about the miracle in the end. No objections this time, correct? Now then I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all listen respectfully and sit back and listen, kids? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, this court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. And you want to show that evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, if you ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One chance. Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
Objection!
It's impossible to turn this situation around in one try. One try. That is all I will permit. So try and remember. Everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. Must be a way to save Maya while taking Engar down at the same time. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show the evidence to? The only person I can think is it's Shelley the Killer. Because he filmed the murder, which means he has blackmail against him. And that's double-crossing. I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. What about the fancy button? Why'd they make a big deal about that? Wait a minute, I'm stupid. He already had it. These are all his. Wait, I was right? Looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Sweet! I was right. Yeah, because he never actually got to watch it, did he? He recovered it. I tell you... You get a bad ending if you're wrong. Okay, I was thinking I might still be getting the bad ending. I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial. If I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. One is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. It was most regrettable. However, it was in order for my client. I should protect that videotape. Thought so. Afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. You know the contents of this tape. I was certainly told by my client not to watch it. I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted the camera? Well, the only person who could have placed the camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a time and place for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright? Why would my client do such a thing? I'd like to know why. Why did Matt on guard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted to blackmail you. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. It says where the video comes in. That I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. We were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelley the Killer? Oh! Looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by natural, as the kind of person that they are. Client is a person who thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. The true nature of your client. One question for the witness. Oh, there's one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. What if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? It's obvious. I'd break our contract in that case. And then that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if that takes an eternity, I'd follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. The traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. That's how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright? Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item! Never thought I'd see you again, Maya. Oh, thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. Or I'm actually sort of... Gwa! Miss Von Karma, what did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Mr. On guard, looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You finally received the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. Before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. Sure, you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is this all right with you, Mr. Wright? We've finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief. I say plead guilty. So that really seems like the just thing to do, because he is on the record as being the guilty one who ordered the assassination, and also it stops another murder from happening, doesn't it? Because it keeps him out of what's-his-name's reach. Matt on guard. Even though I am a lawyer, cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it, you can't run away from your crime anymore. No! Oh, he's scratching his own face, you big idiot. Oh, so much for your spring breeze of a face. As always, looks like we have uncovered the real truth. I don't remember you helping out much in this. Miss Edgeworth, how is Matt on guard? I left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. Sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes, I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. First time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. Must be talking about the time Edgeworth was really went after her. Guess he's trying to forgive him for what he did. Yeah, that was harsh. After that, when I was alone at the detention center, the first time I really saw myself for who I am. Today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, felt like I'd finally been saved. It was the first time I've ever seen her smile. Really happy that you two were in charge of this case. Really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. First time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. So we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. Everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. Hooray! I hope there's not post or during credits stuff, because I don't have time to watch it anymore. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. I'll just watch it and commentate on Discord after, because I don't have time. Got them a guilty verdict this time. Have to look past all that to what's really important. Now I realize that there's something more than just getting a net guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. I'm gonna save now just so I can actually watch this later, since Val's gonna make me. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final piece of evidence. Think back to the incredible decision you had to make. Now then, Mr. Wright. It's not my fault the last case takes 10 times longer than everyone says it does. Here are the defense's final statements on the matter. I have to listen to my heart. Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those are your two choices then. And your answer? Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right! Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Really? Telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Wahoo! Oh, Jesus. I'm skipping too many. Kept saying to myself, Nick will save her, Nick will save her. Wah. Thanks. What's wrong? It's Von Karma. About earlier, thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost. The perfect win record has not been crushed. And yet you are still happy? don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth. My own personal victories and for guilty verdicts. There's every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remains spotless. But man appeared and stood fast against that selfish man. Fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. Felt like I lost everything because of that. And then it's my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. I was saved by that person I called my enemy. Couldn't forgive myself for all that happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. Prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl in a hole and die. So why haven't you? That was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. It's in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so...
Objection!
No matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, the man would hold on strong with his undying faith. Then before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? Doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. Truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Facing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. We will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. Truth. Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. I'm sure you already knew that already, didn't you, Wright? It's why you couldn't forgive me, this man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights on victory, who ran away into the night. Mr. Edgeworth, right, Nick? Really let me down. When he disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. You betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool! I don't want to hear another wretched whimpering of the disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. God, now she has to have her arc. Threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll turn this to the precinct later. Something else. She left her whip? Never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. She'd keep this, right? Okay. Nick! Maya! Wah. Well, isn't that cute? Oh, Nick, I knew you'd come through. Got on guard, convicted like I knew you would. On top of that, you even rescued me. Of course I did. You know I would never desert you. Sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I'll just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly. Really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved you're alright. Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. I knew it. She hasn't eaten. Alright, I think it's time we got out of this depressing place. Where are we going? Food, Nick, food. I'm starved. No longer even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me. I'm a prime rib, at least. If you insist. Hit up our usual burger joint. Don't be silly, Nick. In case messed up that awesome evening and got in my way of gourmet food. I decided we're gonna make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick, food. Objection. No? Well. Oh my god, there's still more cutscenes! Better keep you guys waiting. Are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. Didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. There wasn't a red light that got him. Did it again, city boy. Felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out in this time, and I ain't joking. It was more exciting than the last episode of Steel Samurai. Now look at here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it, tonight even. I'll keep that in mind. Come on now, everyone gather around. I'm gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Bought herself a new camera. Why didn't she get the old one back? Done with it. At least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down. Who's paying for all the food? Why is all the food still here from 2 days ago? You're the one who saved the day, detective. You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, then this trial would have a very different ending. I know, it's just... Oh. Huh? Wait. That's odd. I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout. I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of those items in my coat pocket. There's a 4th item? Come on, y'all, it's over. Oh boy, you were really something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that? You shut away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared? It was really scary. I felt so hopeless. Keep my mind off things, I drew a picture. Well, you had a rough girl, so where's this picture of yours? You know, I don't know where it went. That's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. Was that the 4th item? Nice to see them both smiling again. Oh dear. What is it, Edgeworth? I think it's picking something up. Ah, it's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life. I believe she stuck a tracking device on me. But even though you're standing right here, tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, so that was the 4th item. It was a tracker. Probably busted or something, sir. Oh, it doesn't matter. About time for me to excuse myself. Still have some work to do. Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't eaten anything yet. And you were eating way too much. I had fun tonight, now if you excuse me. Wait, what? I want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me up there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. Wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Oh my god! To express how I really feel. Gratitude. A glass of tomato juice. Give him a bear. What am I supposed to give him, Val? Why the whip?
Take that!
Sis. Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. I guess you're right. No, they need to thank me. I was only doing my job. But Mr. Edgeworth has left, Nick. Mystic Maya? Yes, Pearly? Guess you can do, too, can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Really, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. It's gonna be me. I want to say thank you to Nick. Yeah, I'm at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. I kind of already put your name on the bill. Got me in a situation just like that myself. This camera shop in this hotel, you see. I just bought myself this good old beauty here. Be better anyhow for $3,000. It better be anyhow for $3,000. So you're putting your cameras on my bill too? I reckon since you bought it for me. I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Well, I suddenly feel like screaming. Time to let it all out. I mean, the first time I hear the real you. Been a while since I heard you say it. Since I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright then, if you say so.
Objection!
Behold. Wahoo! I have to go. I'll figure out what we're doing with the third game, because Jesus Christ, they're so long! And now we've got places to be. Or, well, more specifically, things to do. So, yes, I'll respond to this, because Val wants me to. But, yeah. We'll figure out what I'm doing next time. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, goodbye.